Everybody, just finishing up coffee and we'll kick this off. We got a bunch of, well, I shouldn't say a bunch. We have some news today. And then we're going to be going over the release of Daggerheart from Criticalroll. I'm actually a little excited for this one. I think this is, out of the big dogs coming, this might be the one that has a chance to rival D&D, especially with all the missteps they've been taking. So we'll be here in just a couple minutes. Let me finish my coffee up and we'll kick this show off. Well, we'll see, Nick. We'll see. Jen got home early, so I was talking to her for a minute. Coffee. Got a bunch of news. Bunch of stuff going on. I don't know, Nick. It could be the D&D killer. Like, look, their fan base is rabid, and no matter how much we may love Shadowdark here at EFP as much as we do, I like a lot of games, we have to remember their audience is larger. There's just no two ways about it. They have not only numerous TV shows, or not TV shows, numerous streams. They've made their own dedicated broadcasting area. So like they have their own channel that people will subscribe to now. They have Amazon, an Amazon cartoon, which is wonderful. Great animation. And then on top of all of that, they have super famous voice actors. So like their audience is huge. And they had D&D backing them. I mean, they kind of still do. We don't really know where that's going to go. I think that's the thing I'm the most curious about is if they are going to move away from being part of D&D. That's really what I'm curious about. So, anyway, we got some recording to do. We have a little bit of news. Nothing crazy. News today was light. All my aggregators came through, and I think I only had 3 things that I want to talk about today. So we're going to record that section really quick, go over the news. We have a couple of Daggerheart videos to watch. I'm curious if anyone knows already what the licensing is going to be for them. I have not seen the licensing for them yet. If it's going to be open. Oh, yeah, they're just stomping on it. Hey, everyone's got to make glue, man. It didn't pop off the first time, but the second coming of Candle Obscura did really well. For some reason, people were being too harsh about it. There were some things people didn't like and whatnot, but at its core, it's Blades in the Dark and Apocalypse World 2 kind of smashed together. I think it's a great piece. People get mad about things too much. They expect so much. It's kind of wild to me. And they're saying, they stole stuff. It's because they didn't know that it was Blades in the Dark. Like, it's open license. Forged in the Dark's open license. So, we have that. I want to see if there's any other news on EN World here really quick. Oh, I don't know if I've ever showed this off on screen. This is my Rest in Pizza from Scrimshaw. It's got that kind of swirl all the way around it. So, I want to look at EN World really quick. There hasn't been... Rascal News might have something. I should check Rascal News too. I love Rascal News. This is one that I'm very tempted to throw some money towards. Is there anything else here? Latest 90-day terror factions. Much ink spilled. Defense bigots. Great. Man, there's some stuff in Rascal that's a little too on the nose that I don't enjoy. Hey, Ness. Wandering Blades. That's the other one I was interested in looking at. Okay, so we do have a little bit more news. And we have an article that I think is awesome. All right. I really should run this. Oh, all of it's in print now. Good for you, dude. That's dope. All right, I got some news here set up. A big one. One that I am super interested in. And then one that I've not heard of. And then one that I can't agree more with, actually. So, well, sort of. I got a little partial reason that I would say that. What's this stuff? Let me turn my phone off. All right. I'm ready. Let's change this music up. It's a little too lo-fi for me today. I'm not in the mood for lo-fi. This will work. Primitive weaponry. He must have made this for the new Doom. This is White Bat again. Yeah, it's White Bat. All right. So I'm gonna set to record. We're gonna go over all of the news stuff really quick. That's the only news worth knowing. Nick, drop me a link in Discord and I'll put it in the show notes or in chat since we played it. Because tomorrow I'm going to be going on to the next part of Breachers and I'll put it in the show notes tomorrow for you. All right, start recording. Let's get the ad up. What's up, Star Drew? This is just for news. I'm just using this as a placeholder, everybody. 3, 2, 1. And go into me. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. Hey everybody, this is EFP Live, May 21st. We got some news to go over today. A lot of big things. The biggest one we should probably talk about, I'll do right now at the top of the hour. And that is the fact that you can get yourself good old Daggerheart. Yeah, that's right. It released, I believe, May 20th. It's now available for purchase, Drive-Thru-RPG, combos with Nexus, all that kind of stuff. Let's take a look at what you get, what you can buy, and what is all available if you didn't already pre-order it. Your adventure begins! So, look, I really liked Critical Role when it first started off. I would not be doing what I did today, and I think a lot of people who are playing D&D after COVID or during COVID would not be streaming or playing if it wasn't from Critical Role, showing that you can stream your games in the ways it can be done. They are very much more on the performance end of things, but they put out a good game and they are friends who play a game together, and that's the best thing about it. And because of that, they've put together Daggerheart, and this is the new version. Now, they're not claiming it's a D&D killer, nothing like that. Later on in the live show that this is being recorded during, we're going to take a look through Daggerheart, so stay tuned for that to come out. But I do feel like they really hit a sweet spot with this book, and I have not opened the book yet. I'm going to open it live, so my opinion is only from beta out up until what I record later today. All the updates, the webpage is clean. I just feel like they really nailed the look and feel of a modern game, and something that can be more than just a D&D clone. They have some really cool concepts in here. So, interesting to see what their licensing is going to be, if anyone can make anything with the Daggerheart rules, how that's going to go. I'll look into that as more comes out. But, needless to say, you can pick it up now. The Drive-Thru-RPG has it for Drive-Thru-RPG and for Nexus. So if you're looking to get it, that's the way to do it. You can also click the Buy Now here, and I'll take you over to the different areas you can get it. Critical Role Shop, EU, all the way through. They did kind of what I did recently for shipping breachers. They switched them by shop because now everyone's having to locate shipping centers in each area because shipping is a nightmare. So, pretty awesome. Excited to see if they do an organized play with this as well. And we'll see if Daggerheart can't bring a little more fun into our fantasy games in the future. Now on to something that I am extremely excited about, everybody. Look, you all know I am a huge fan of Blades in the Dark. And we already reviewed Deep Cuts here on the stream. We went through what it is, what it brings. I made some predictions with the TV show coming out. Well, John Harper and crew is back on Backer Kit, and they have it up for purchase to get a print copy. Look, they're already almost $100,000 into this, everybody. 29 days left. We're going to mute the music here, and we are going to take a look at the trailer, because I have not seen it. Love the choice for how they're doing the music. Okay. I dig it. That's really cool. I love when stuff is synced to music really well. For some reason, it just makes me happy. Yep. It is one of the best things come out this year. Hands down. New Extra Trauma and Load. So good. Deep Cuts. It is Victorian London-ish. It's its own setting. I would like to say that looking at this, for those who are wondering on the live show, it looks like Victoria London-ish, and it kind of is. So for those who don't know, Blades in the Dark is its own set piece that is heavily inspired by a few video games and not really steampunk, but it's its own beast. And I'm a big fan of Blades. I did a huge show over on Norse Foundry. Like I said before, we already looked through Deep Cuts live. But this is what you can get. 49 bucks. You get the crew bundle, 20% off. I already have these, but I am interested in that print copy. Hardcover, PDF, limited edition. Look at this, is kind of bringing it into the future a little bit with it. Brand new district maps of Duskfall, printable, foldable. I believe these come printed, which is awesome. Is it Tim did it? Yeah, Tim and John are doing it. And then the Cutter deck, which this is new. Interested to see what the Cutter deck is. That's new to me. The Red Ledger, which is your book for writing everything out. And then check this out. Skurlock's Vault. Community achievements. New stickers. Stretch goals. I mean, everything they did is so good. So good. Someone in chat right now also saying we were using deep cut rules in our game before we jumped to Blade 68. Dude, I love it. It's a great addition to the game, Scott. So this is out now. If you're interested, the links will be down below. If you're live, obviously, I will put them in the chat when this is over. Tons of stuff. Build your own digital. Like, they really went through with this with a lot of options. If you haven't backed it, you have plenty of time to do so. I believe there's 29 days left on this as of recording. So, it takes us over to maybe the piece I'm more excited about. For me. When I was designing Breachers, I obviously had Delicious and Dungeon in the back of my brain the entire time that I was doing it. And there was some really cool stuff with Delicious and Dungeon that I just had in my head as canon when I was designing, and now when I do my monster book, I'm going to bring this into like how you build your section's little wall. But over on EN World, a writer, I think it's Talon did it, wrote up something about the ecology of mega dungeons. Now, I'm not going to read this whole thing off, but I definitely want people to be able to take a look at it. I'll put this down below as well. Check out this kind of breakdown of how ecologies affect it. And also, Ultima Online reference. Bravo, that's an old one. So this is the RPG Evolution Eat or Be Eaten, a great community write-up that talks about the soil, plants, herbivores, primary predators, secondary predators, and how this all breaks down into the ecology of a dungeon. And I keep this in mind a lot. Like when I was designing the first wall section for Breachers, as I facilitate monsters that you find and things that you find, I've done that. Like my thing that is eating all of the decay and whatnot is that crimson mold that spreads through the place. Usually harmless in small amounts, but when there's a lot of it, it gets out of control. And this gentleman breaks down dungeon ecology into like the basics of whatever it is. Like they did it from Lou's article on the subject, Gygaxian naturalism. They also did it based on Delicious and Dungeon itself, with decomposers being level 0, producers level 1, primary level 2, secondary consumer level 3, tertiary level 4, and they do a great breakdown of what this is. So this is a really good article to check out and how it works. And then this video is old school, but in War Stories, this was about Ultima Online and how they had set this great kind of ecology, and as soon as they put the players into it, it fucked the entire thing up. They had to adjust all of how many plants there were and how many deer there were for Ultima Online. So really good article to check out. Michael Tresca wrote this one up. I'm a big fan of it. I'm going to check out the other ones as well as reference stuff for Breachers. Expect to see this in the Corpse Courier this month as well, because I think this is worth a read for anyone who is DMing any form of a dungeon. The last two little things that I have for news today are both from Rascal News. If you haven't been checking them out, they put out a lot of really good news articles. This one is from Rowan. It's about Wandering Blades, which I did not know about this, and I'm kind of curious because I love the art. Prolific game designer, co-host of the Asians Represent podcast. This is the Wandering Blades. The full breakdown, PAX Unplugged, they showed it off last year, not this year. It's a good write-up on it, but it's based on Blades in the Dark, and I have Wandering Blades. I haven't played it yet, but this is a great write-up on cinematic violence of Wandering Blades. And to me, when I run games and I'm having that kind of over-the-top, I think about all the old martial arts samurai movies that I watched back in the day that were just an extraneous amount of blood. And that's what I think of when I'm running these. You've seen that in Dragonlance things I've written, and I should say, and ran. This is a really good little article, breaks down all the stuff, and also gives a link to the game. The second one right now is this. Titan Takedown taught me to love professional wrestling. Look, I used to watch it when I was a kid. I grew up, stopped watching it, and then my two good friends both wrestle in it pro, and now it's kind of like I had to kind of lean back into it. I've been watching it here and there, especially since it's on Netflix, and I think it's HBO or something like that. That's the other spot that they're on. Really cool. This is obviously Brendan Lee Mulligan running professional wrestling as a tabletop RPG. This is wild. Let's take a look at the trailer for this for our final piece of the news.
I invite you at home to envision ancient Athens of myth and legend. We go to the city streets as four figures walk side by side through the shadows.
This is amazing.
On their way to a clandestine meeting.
There's a kid playing with toys.
Like this? You absolutely can't.
I won't be.
Look at the pussycat dolls.
I'm actually singing buttons as I go.
Oh my god.
Oh, one and all! Welcome to another thrilling episode of Dimension 20! We rocket into lands of myth and legend for the battle of
This
the
is cool.
millennium. Please welcome your righteous wrestlers. Say hi, righteous wrestlers.
Hi, righteous wrestlers.
He's such a
I
clown.
invite all of you to envision Athens.
Oh, they're doing this in Athens.
The Zeus is loose. Big Z is up on top.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I am WWE Superstar Xavier Woods, aka Austin Creed.
Oh,
And
Xavier.
My character is named Julius Morton, and I am a monk. I have a way with my hands.
I am WWE Superstar Bailey, and my character name is Thea, and I am a barbarian, so I have a way with my muscles!
I am WWE Superstar Kofi Kingston, and my character's name is Adonis Thanaformis. He's a king. Spoiler alert, he's a king.
My name is WWE Superstar Chelsea Green, also known as Tabitha, but you can call me Tabby, Meow, and I
Oh, God.
am a rogue. She preys on men like you.
Just random.
Men?
Men who have daddy issues.
Now this
Other than Big Z steps forward.
this looks hilarious.
You know it's time for the showdown of the century. I welcome you to
Wow.
another Titan takedown. I think you're all ready for a fight.
It was all Aphrodite. I did nothing.
Welcome
Amazing.
to the stage,
He's got the mic.
Oh, that is a nat 20. That is a nat 20.
Oh man.
Get off me, bro.
He's my favorite on-air GM right now. Has been for a long
This
time.
is unfair.
I told you. Queen of cats. Queen of cats.
Amazing.
We win, we go to party animals and we get drunk. We lose, we go to party animals and
Get drunk, yeah. Amazing.
Way.
Amazing. So this is out right now. This entire article is about how this made them go back to watching wrestling, and I think that's really fucking cool. Such a good breakdown. All these articles will be down below for those who are interested in the news to see it on their own. So thank you so much for joining me for EFP Live for our news segment here. If you are here live, stick around. We got a lot more to do as we dive into Daggerheart. And for everybody who's watching the pre-recorded one, have a great one. Stay rod. All right, so that's our recorded section. Dude, Brandon Lee is hands down, my favorite over Matt. Better is different. They're two totally different storytellers. Brandon Lee Mulligan is way more in my vibe of how I tell a story. Very energetic, kind of in your face. I need a little air in here. Lean in, you get. I feel like my style is definitely closer to his. He's amazing. Great improv. Still does all of his prep. Really fucking cool. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to watch Titans Takedown. I didn't even know this was out yet. I had heard through the grapevine that these people were all going to be on a show together, so that's pretty dope. Pretty fucking dope. And they're doing it as Greek wrestling. I mean, like, Pancration, that was kind of where it all started, right? That kind of style of wrestling. Chelsea Green is also fantastic. Oh, yeah? I watch more AEW than I do WWE, unless it's Rhea Ripley. I'll watch anything that she's murdering somebody in. So, super cool. Really excited for that. These are some good articles. I'm going to add these really quick into my show notes so that I can add these in later. Let's do Daggerheart. And then we're going to do the Blades one I already have. The ecology one, I'm so excited for. Anyone who wants to read through this, I'm going to put this in the chat right now. That's the ecology one. Super fun. Super fun. Exactly. Wrestling's changed a lot, too. Well, Matt would tell you otherwise. I should have him on Corpse Talk for an interview. Maybe I'll do that soon. We'll talk wrestling. Rascal news. Dirty rascal. And then we'll get the last one here, which is... What is this? The Titan Takedown. I didn't know this came out. I'm going to watch this, though. I watch a lot of Dropout TV. It's such great background noise. It's always funny. Taught me to love professional wrestling. Done. All right, sweet. So today, we're going to look over the big stuff. While maybe some of them are going to be... Some of you might not be interested in Daggerheart. I want to cover it because I feel like this is going to be something that is important in the history of gaming, like on a history level. I think that this is a time where we're watching some really big companies come out of very different areas of industry, because normally the way tabletop companies were formed is they would come out of another company. You were part of a company and now you're part of you make your own. Like, that's how they all start. Like, I was in D&D, now I'm leaving, I'm making this company. I worked for Dungeons & Dragons magazine, I left that, now I made Paizo. Oh, I left this, I made Trollload Games. Like, they were all people from the industry that made their own companies because they wanted to do their own thing, which is awesome. It gives us choice instead of a monopoly. Like, if we only had D&D. And again, I don't have anything against the game. The game's great. Although they took out legendary actions in 2024, and I think that's really fucking weird. Like, their monsters were already having problems, and they just ramped up their damage and took away legendary actions. I'm wondering if they're going to put them back out in something, but it was a really weird choice, to me at least. Like, why would you take the thing out that lets you tie the environment, situation, scene, encounter, if you want to use D&D terms? Why would you take out the important piece that made monsters feel fun? Legendary actions were super important for the GM. Wiping them out is like, I don't know, just cutting cutting an arm off a monster. Like, I just fucking dumb. So I think that what we're seeing now, though, with MCDM putting out Draw Steel, Daggerheart coming out from Criticalroll and Darrington Press, their publishing arm, and then we have things that are like indie darlings that have come out, like Blades in the Dark and Shadow Dark, and all these games that are coming out. Free League, which is this shelf here has got my Free League Dragonbane stuff. Huge fan. Hey, you can see my Blades thing up there too. I didn't even notice that. That's the Blade box that Riddles did. One of the last things we did with the Blades in the Dark. I just don't want... I don't want to not look at this and feel like I missed something that I should have had an idea about. So, we're going to go through Daggerheart. I'm going to tell you right now, we're not going to have time to do this entire book. This book is 415 fucking pages. Now, there are a few things that we do need to look at for it, though. Let me go back to that Daggerheart link for us. I miss Riddles too, man. He's happy, though. He's running the stuff for the store. I haven't talked to him much. I was going to have him come back on one day and shoot the shit. Just to say hi, see how he's doing, kind of do a catch-up. Oh, be quiet. He's happy. He made a choice. He wanted to go run a store instead of doing the grind, man. He wanted a constant paycheck. Cannot be mad at that. I don't blame him for it. A little more warning would have been great. I had no idea. I think it kind of came out of left field for him, too. So, we can buy now. These are the areas. Let's just look at the U.S. Criticalroll shop here. So, it is $59 for the book. That's actually cheaper than most books are going to be from now on. Right? Those are all the cards. That's good. I'm glad he's doing great. He's still running the shop stuff, so, and he's going to cons. He's doing things he wants. It's awesome. But what is just the PDF? Do they not have that here? They don't. I mean, I have it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, Indiegogo, digital offerings. Here we go. TTRPG. So it's $29.99 for this. $34.99 if you want the Nexus version. People are giving it 1 star already. Let's see what this is about, shall we? Great for character builder, easy to use and step guide, creating dagger characters, handling is easy enough. It's only 3 stars then. Initial offer, promise a bit more, especially the GM screens. An encounter builder caught my eyes, but they aren't ready at launch. Oh, okay, well. See, here's the thing. When you put these kind of reviews up, I just talked about this with No Rest for the Wicked. You put this review up, 3 stars, rightfully so. There's no reminder when it comes back and says, hey, these things are available. Would you like to go back and fix your review? You know what I mean? It'd be great if you could go back and change, like they reminded you. Because now this is here forever, but this person can come back and re-rate it, but they got to remember to. Once you rate something, it's not a customer's job to go back and fix it. So that's really hard with greenlit things, but I think they shouldn't have launched the Nexus unless everything was available. That you're kicking yourself in the butt with that one. You really are. So right here you see Daggerheart 101. I want to learn Daggerheart with you guys. So let me pause this. I've built a Canva out here. You see I've been busy in Canva. Oh, I know I'm not. This isn't usually part of EFP line, but I want to show you guys this. Map is coming along. I should have this finished by Friday. This is our map for Mythic Bastion lands. But I found some really cool art for the different buildings. For the holds. I'll probably add drop shadows and stuff to them, maybe. I haven't decided yet. But the different cities and holdings in the different areas. It was pretty fun. Kind of like a cut out like magazine piece that I'm sticking on top of it. I want it to look like I've put together all of the best things from Knight intellectual properties. So these are all from things, which is cool. But anyway, I wanted to show that. That's not what I was going to show you, though. So I set this up in advance so we can talk about Daggerheart, do some notes. I put it in 2-column format here. We're going to use the EFP stuff on here. We're going to do, let's see here. These are going to be my thoughts. This is going to be character creation. Right? And then we're going to bold these things up. Heading 1 it. Oh, no, heading 2. We'll do heading 2s. Heading 2. And then for heading 2, I'm going to use... Let me go into my EFP Live. Thoughts. Character creations. And we're going to make these 26. Oh, shit. Not 266. 26. There we go. And now I should be able to move this up. There we go. And then built tilting is what we're using. I'm going to put it at 16 point. Man, built tilting is really hard to read. That's more of a title font. We're going to go the good old Nodo. That's what we're going to do. We're gonna change it up to Nodo. Thank you, Nick. I think this is the one I've been using. So we're gonna put our thoughts here so I can switch back and forth. And then I'm gonna do the same thing on this side for character creation and how to make them. Because I don't actually know. I've never made a character in it. I've only looked at the betas, but I know it has switched so much since beta. So I've got our thoughts, kind of fill this out. Just want to be able to have a little piece to get things together, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to watch the 6-minute piece here. We'll pause and kind of talk through it. This is the how to play Daggerheart. And this is the character creation. I want to start here because that's the purpose of the journey, right? The purpose of the journey is for us to be able to watch these things and learn how to play the game. That's what they're doing this for. And my understanding is, if we open up Criticalroll, my understanding is, if we go to videos, I think they have a series ready, right? So they have character creation, let's get your sheet together. We probably should watch this first. Yeah.
Hey, I hear you're preparing for a game of Daggerheart, a collaborative fantasy role-playing game of dynamic combat and a heartfelt stories built for narrative play. Well,
he's such a goober.
Oh, did I say? I meant to say, but there was a bleep. What? I said. You know
See you, Nessie.
Okay, what if I just said gist? Gist is the official video series for anyone who wants to learn about Daggerheart. It will provide an overview of the general rules, walk through character creation, and even offer guidance on how to GM your own campaign.
Very smart.
Share this with your friends at the table and follow along with the Daggerheart core rulebook. We've got lots more headed your way, so keep watching and enjoy getting your together. Getting your together. It's a pun, for fuck's sake! Oh, you didn't bleep that. That's cool. Get your shit together.
That was good. That was good. I'll give it to them for that. So, cool that they're doing this. I wish every company would do this. I think I'm going to do it for Breachers. I think I'm going to shoot a video series for how to make your character, how to make Inside the Wall, and put that together. This is smart. Because if you can have this in a collection, people can watch this. It gives them a good reason to join in. It's a great ad. It serves purpose. This is nice. It was short and sweet. 59-second ad. Okay. Okay. So I'll mention these when I do my review. So I'm going to leave these up for myself because when I do the overview, I'm going to try to encapsulate this thing as quick as I can. I'm probably going to have to break this into 2 videos in the future. I don't know. We'll see.
Get Your Sheet Together, a video series we've made to assist you on your
Okay.
journey into Daggerheart. Today, we're going to talk about the game's core mechanics. We'll teach you what you need to know to jump into your first game of Daggerheart as a player. So,
All right.
let's get started.
Get your sheet together. I love this animated stuff on
Something
top
in the
there. It looks
narrative
good.
That could have consequences, such as leaping across a chasm, deceiving a bounty hunter, casting a complicated spell, or attacking an adversary. You'll make an action roll. Now, this is the main type of roll you'll be making in Daggerheart.
Okay.
When you do, you'll use a set of dice called your duality dice. These are a pair
D12s.
of D12s of different
Makes me
colors,
happy. I love
one
D12s.
representing hope, and the other representing fear. You roll both dice and add their results together, along with any modifiers you have from your traits and experiences.
Okay.
Then, you look at which duality die rolled higher. In this case, I rolled a 15, and my hope die is higher than my fear die, meaning I rolled
So,
a
I know this is going to sound horrible. Does anyone think that people having to add 2 single-digit up to 2 double-digit numbers together plus a modifier is going to be a problem with people who have a hard time with quick math? You know what I'm saying? Because people get frustrated with this stuff. Like, I was not a math kid. I was a geometry kid, but never a math kid. But like 7 plus 6, like the way my brain does 7 plus 6 is I know 6 plus 6 is 12, so this is 13. That's how my brain as an artist does math for this. That's how I work. I have to have the little shortcuts for doing math because it's just how my brain works for doing it. And I had to teach myself that shit because the teacher wasn't teaching me anything that made sense. So like when people are doing this, do you think that this kind of math is going to be a problem? I kind of think it will be. I also think if they did 7 plus 6 is 13, plus your 2 is 15, might help. I don't know.
15 with hope. Now, if my fear die had been higher, I would have rolled a 15 with fear instead.
This mechanic is cool as shit. Whatever die is higher, giving hope or fear, allowing you to swing narrative is really cool.
You roll with hope, even if you fail at the action you were attempting.
So yeah, Nick, I don't disagree. It does feel a little more convoluted than just a D20. D20s are in this game still as well, because no one can get rid of them because everyone loves them. But we've been adding 2D10, 2D6, 2D8, D8, D4. Like when we play D&D, we do have to add all the polyhedrals together. My brain is just thinking when people get like, if they roll a 12 and they get a fucking 3, their brain's gonna seize. For people who are bad at math. But for me, the math's not that bad. Like honestly, GMing made me better at math. As soon as I started playing first edition and second edition, like full time, like all the time as a kid, my math got so much better. Because I was writing out tables and learning how to do the math quicker. And even when we went into 3.0 and 3.5, like Todd, when he was playing the Ranger, his Ranger had, I wish he was here. We talk about this all the time. I wish he had the card. Todd, if you ever have a chance, find Rothaven's card, take a screenshot of it and send it to me so I can have that bitch and pop it up on screen. I feel like I reference it at least once a month. It should be its own meme. He had a card that had all of his attack modifiers for 3.0 or 3.5 for being an archer. And there was so many fucking options. It literally was a full index card. It was wild. Ugh. If I ever get any dice, I should do black and white dice. Why is that? Just to have black and white dice? Oh, yes, exactly. I would do 2 different colors too. I have 2 different, D12 is my favorite one. I have some weird D12s sitting here. I have this old, I don't remember what this was from. I don't remember what this logo is from, but this is a Norse Foundry one. I don't remember where I got this, but I put it in front of my face. It's got this weird logo on it. I don't know what that logo is, but this is one of the old aluminum dice they made for a company. And then, yeah, I like D12s. I'm happy they're using them. I was designing a miniature game that used D12s. Anyway.
Go as badly as they could, and you gain a hope, which is a resource you can spend throughout the game to help allies or power cool abilities. A success with hope.
Breacher points.
Fantastic thing. Now, when you roll with fear, the GM gains a fear, and your character may run
I like
into
this.
some complications that come with the action you are attempting, even if
Meh.
you succeed. A failure with fear is an
Card system, I'm curious to see how it turned
GM
out.
gets a fear, and the consequences of failure arise. And rolling doubles on any number is a critical success. Double ones, double 12.
I do love that. I do love that doubles are crit success.
And everything in between. On a critical success, you succeed spectacularly, and you'll also gain a hope and clear a stress. There are also a few other types of rolls you should know about in Daggerheart.
So hold on though. If it doesn't beat the thing I have to roll against, is it still a critical success? Like if I roll 2 2s and a 4 and my ability was a +2 like before and it's a 6, if that doesn't beat the threshold, is it a critical success still?
Damage rolls occur when you succeed on an attack against your opponent, whether weapon or spell. Add all of your damage dice together along with any modifiers and deal that much damage to your target. Reaction rolls are made as a response or a reaction to dangerous events as dictated by the GM. Often when an adversary attack or environmental danger occurs that
I like the slight
relies more
wiggle
on
on the
your ability
animation.
to shrug it off, you might make a reaction roll. These work just like action rolls, but they don't generate any hope or fear. So, now that you have all this hope, what do you do with it? Well, hope can be used in many ways that support you and your party. You can help an ally, utilize an experience, initiate a tag team role, or activate your class's hope feature. We'll talk more about these options in upcoming videos. Your evasion, which can be found on the top left of your character sheet, is what you use to determine your ability to avoid attacks and other unwanted effects. Your GM will be rolling against this number when adversaries make attacks against you. What happens when they're successful? You're probably marking hit points. These represent the physical injuries your character endures when they're hit by an adversary or hurt themselves traversing difficult environments. The number of hit points you mark is determined by your damage thresholds. They can be found right above hit points on your character sheet. Now, damage you take may be minor, major.
I like the hit points.
Causing you to
Blades in the Dark does something very... Scott's still here. Blades in the Dark only has... Their hits... Also, their hits change. They have new versions of taking hits in deep cuts. But I like when it's just minor, major, severe damage. It feels a little more realistic than a pool of hit points.
2 or 3 hit points, respectively.
I like that.
So let's say your character has a major threshold of 8 and a severe threshold of 16. If they take 9 damage, that would be considered major damage, which marks...
So this is 4th edition right here. Because the one thing that... There's a few things I always talk about in 4th edition that have carried over. And that is your skill challenges, which is the X amount of successes for X amount of failures. I think most GMs have been doing that their entire life. But they've added them into 4th edition and then brought them over into 5th. I don't know if it's in 2024, but they were in 5th. And then ritual casting. That was a huge thing that got brought in with actual mechanics for how to do it. And then the other thing that was big in 4th edition was the bloody mechanic, half hit points and bloodied. This is very similar to that.
2 hit points. Thresholds are meets it, beats it. So 8 damage would still be...
Hey! Meets it, beats it. Wrong. Meets a pizza. That's got to be... I need to make Meets a Pizza a gift card. I'm writing this down. Gotta make an animated GIF for that little guy.
Major, but 7 or below would be minor. There's no math here. All you have to do is compare the numbers, figure out where it falls in your thresholds, and mark your hit points. Now that we've talked about thresholds, we can discuss armor. Your armor score and the shield symbol next to evasion represents how many armor slots you have available to use. The armor slots are represented by the smaller shields beside your armor score.
Weird.
If an attack, you can spend 1 armor slot to reduce the damage by 1 threshold. Severe to major, major to minor, minor to nothing. Now you can only spend 1 armor slot per incoming damage, so you might be able to avoid
it was just in
damage,
5e.
but it will help. When it's time for
They actually have it as one of the rules, I think, in Tasha's. Maybe they brought it over, I don't know.
Daggerheart
But
measures most distances by range. These are approximate distances that help to give everybody a sense of where things are in your
I like
environment.
approximate distances
Melee,
instead of
if you're using
measuring.
minis, they're touching. Very close, or the short side of a card. Close, or the length of a standard number 2 pencil. Far, or the length of a piece of paper. Very
What the
far,
fucking...
anything
What is this randomness? Are they doing this because they don't want people to use tactical grids Are they trying to move away from tactical grids? And are they also not wanting people to use measuring sticks because it feels too much like a war game? Hold on here. I don't...
There's melee, if you're using minis. They're touching. Very close, or the short side of a card. Close, or the length.
So they're taking all the things that that are at your table. A card, which you should have. A pencil. But a number 2 pencil isn't the same size. What am I gonna bring? Like, for example, this is a Blackwing. This is a Blackwing pencil. It is longer than a standard number 2 pencil. This is also a Blackwing. But notice it is shorter because it's been sharpened. Trying to avoid Rune Hammer's banana. Wouldn't it be easier just to have a pencil with the fucking measuring on it? I don't know.
Of a standard number 2 pencil. Far, or the length of a piece of paper. Very far is anything longer than a sheet of paper. And out of range, something that's typically too far away to be targeted. Next, let's talk about the...
It's cool he's dancing in the background. That's funny.
It represents your character's mental and physical strain. Some spells and abilities will require you to mark a stress to use them, and the GM might inflict stress as a consequence for dangerous actions. If you are ever forced to mark one or more stress, but your slots...
Hold on, I'll move this over here. I'm going to write some stuff down while we're talking.
In a fight, you're almost certainly going to get a little hurt. But don't worry. You can use downtime to recover hit points and stress you may have taken on your journey, so you'll be right as rain for your next encounter. During a short rest, you can swap domain cards into your loadout and then choose 2 options. Tend to Wounds, which helps you heal hit points. Clear Stress, which removes some of your stress. Repair Armor, which gets you back some of your armor slots. Or Prepare, which gains you hope. A long rest is similar, but instead you can tend to all wounds, clear all stress, repair all armor, prepare, or work on a project. This could be something like deciphering an ancient text or crafting a new weapon.
ICRPG uses the banana. I've never seen that, Nick. Can you send me a link?
You a quick look into the core mechanics for Daggerheart. To learn everything in more detail, go pick up the core rulebook for yourself, or borrow a friend's, or even go learn more at Daggerheart.com. We'll see you next time you gotta get your sheet together.
Get your sheet together.
This is, again, though, smart. Very smart setup. I actually really think this is good. So I'm going to pull this back over here so we can take some notes. Put my music back on. I just want to take notes on this before we dive into everything else. So, like, I really enjoy the 2D12 Hope Fear. This reminds me of the Fantasy Flight games. If anyone knows Fantasy Flight games. I was hoping that was going to be a little easier to read. But I like this. I think this is great. This is a really fun mechanic. I think this makes a lot of sense. I do enjoy this. That measuring, though, that measuring is odd to me, everybody. I don't particularly love this. Like, to me, just give a distance or give me a longer card, because they're already making props. Give me a measuring stick, or just have a narrative version. Have a tactical and narrative version. But for me, Shadow Dark nailed this just by saying everything's close, near, far, increments of 30 foot, problems fucking solved. You know what I mean? That was the smartest way to do it. And honestly, you know, to give credit where credit is due, Monty Cook Games and Fantasy Flight Games also did very similar things. So, like, those are things that I think are an easier way to do it than this weird, abstract, have a card, have a pencil, have a sheet of paper that I'm waving over the table for how far something is. Like, look, 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper or an A5 sheet of paper. So maybe when we get into the 400 and something page rules, it'll clear this up a little bit, but I'm not a big fan of that. I think it's kind of, I don't know, man, abstract. I don't love it. I don't love it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. Feels weird. So let's move on to the next video, which is character creation. Then we're going to crack open this book and then take a dive through it. So this is the one we watched.
Welcome to another episode of Get Your Sheet Together. In this episode, you'll come along with me as I literally get my character sheet together. Your class
Thank you, Nick.
represents the kind of character you'll be playing. Each class gives you access to certain abilities and spells. When you choose your class, make sure to grab the corresponding character sheet and guide for that class available to download from Daggerheart.
Whoa, wait a minute. So it's like Blades. Every character's got its own sheet. They kept that? I actually like that. I like that a lot, actually. Let me pull this up really quick since Nick just sent it to me. Movement and distance. Countless hours mechanics and questions are spent in RPGs with how far something can reach. Can I reach the walls? Ogre too far attack. ICRPG solves it unnecessary detail. The simpler treatment of distance. Close, near, far, out of range. Yep. 6 inches about the length of banana. I don't know what bananas he's eating. My bananas downstairs are longer than 6 inches, and a banana is also a curve. Is he saying that because you can put it over top and go from mini to mini? Is he saying the distance between the tip to tip is 6? Look, this may be a little bit of a hot take. Measurement in TTRPGs doesn't have to be fucking hard. It's really simple. You have to ask the table, are we tactical in the scene or cinematic? Is it narrative or is it by the 5 foot? It's really important. When you hand your friend a piece of fruit by the foot, you don't measure it. You just tear a piece off and give it to them. If you need it to be exact, you would pull it off and measure it and decide if that, see, I'm using fruit by the foot as a reference to measurement. It's fucking stupid. Just use a numerical system. Everyone knows a numerical system. And then over the numerical system, just have short, medium, long, or close, near, far, or whatever 3 words you want to use. But for fuck's sake, stop making random shit to measure with, like pencils and dice and pieces of paper and bananas. It doesn't... It's not a good visual. It's just not. It's just dumb. It's just fucking dumb. Anyway. Kidding. I don't like it. Back to the video.
Each class has a number of subclasses to choose from that helps to define what kind of focus you'd like your character to have. Well, I chose to play the rogue, so I can choose between Syndicate or Nightwalker subclasses.
Okay.
I'm digging this Nightwalker subclass. In Daggerheart, a character's heritage is made of their ancestry and community. These 2 cards decide what you look like and the environment you grow up in. Let's do an Underborn Giant. Yeah. Giant gives me an extra hit point slot, so I'm going to go ahead and add that. Our character traits...
Oh, that's cool. You trace the block. I like that. I like the trace in the box.
So distribute the values. -1, +0, another +0, +1, another +1, and...
He's reaching up and writing it. That's adorable.
Across your character traits as you desire. During the game, when you need to roll, you'll add
I like the split cut.
trait to the total.
I did that for
And if you're not quite
Ogre
sure how you
Force.
should assign your traits, the character guide has some suggestions based on your class. Okay, let's fill in some more of my character sheet. Evasion is based on my class, and the evasion I start the game with is right below the evasion box. So,
well, that's nice.
Right,
I dig that that's right there.
Cool. And all characters also start with 2 hope, so go ahead and mark that. Next, decide which weapons and armor we want to begin the game with. Record their details on your sheet in the appropriate spaces under active weapons and armor. You can find some suggested weapons and armor for your class on your character guide. Then, choose your starting inventory, which is also available on your character guide.
Sure.
Record it in the inventory section.
I like they're using a squeegee to wipe things on.
Base damage thresholds and base armor.
Wouldn't a printer head make more sense?
We take the damage threshold numbers from your armor, add your level to each, and record the new total.
This is a little more complex than I thought it was, which is good. It's a good middle ground of complex.
Armor, so my thresholds are 7 and 14.
So wait.
Not too bad.
What made...
Take your base armor score and portion of your shares from your armor, add your level to each, and record the new totals in the threshold. Each threshold number means your base damage thresholds and base armor score in Daggerheart.
Oh, it gives it to you.
We take the damage threshold numbers from your armor, add your level to each,
and your level just takes it up. Okay, that's cool.
Section of your sheet. Now, I took leather armor, so my thresholds are 7 and 14. Not too bad. Lastly, take your base armor score and record.
It doesn't simplify though, because every banana is a different length.
Your character sheet. My leather armor gives me an armor score of 3. But
and who has that banana at the
depending
table?
on what other options I choose during character creation. No, this represents the number of armor slots I have available to mark and to help me reduce damage when I get attacked.
TIG welding because it's armor.
Giant rogue is starting
sort
to
of.
come together mechanically, but now I get to dive into some of the character description details. Using your character guide page, make some decisions about your character's physical features.
Okay.
You'll then use the background questions to assist you in building out your character's backstory. And at any point, you can create your own descriptions or questions that align best with the character you're creating. Finally, choose your character.
So if that's the case, and you can do that, right? Like you can make your own. I wonder if the character sheets have those form fill as well, so you can fill them in.
Character's name and the pronouns they use. Next, you'll
You
generate
forgot
2
who lost the
experiences
forums.
using all the choices and backstory you've made so far to work with your GM on creating your character's experiences. These are typically a word or
2-inch, 6-inch, 12-inch. Yeah,
something
yeah, exactly.
learned or become on their journey so far.
Hung
Choose
Banjan?
as the noun.
Hung Banjan?
And
Did I say that right?
expert climber for my rogue.
Hung sounds right.
Assign both of them a +2 modifier.
What? Everything is erasing and cleaning. How does that work?
Use your experience to help you on the roll.
Fucking
You can spend
shit,
hope
dude.
and add your experience modifier to the roll. So if I'm trying to sneak around without being heard, I could totally use Silent as the Night. Your
I like
class
that.
is made up of
That's
2
cool.
domains, which are listed below the class
Got a
name
little bit of a
of your character sheet.
tactical
You'll choose 2 cards
RPG
total
element
from the
to
level
it.
1 cards within these domains. In my case, I get to choose level 1 cards from the Midnight and Grace domains.
And this does help
Now that
make
you and
character
your friends
creation
almost
easier
finished building
instead of flipping through a book.
characters,
The
it's time to
cards
ask
do.
the connection questions found on your character guide. You don't have to ask all of them, and you're free to replace any that don't resonate with your character.
Okay, the paintbrush
This
makes
is an
sense.
opportunity to decide how some of you might have met or what brought this party together in the first place.
All right.
And just like that, I think we have the gist of building a character in Daggerheart.
Oh,
Check out
did he?
page 13 of the Daggerheart rulebook, or if you're looking for even
Oh,
more,
that sucks.
head on over to daggerheart.com.
That's the guy who does Crown and Skull, right? So that's pretty easy character creation, everybody. I'm not opposed to this. That's pretty solid. Like, there's nothing really questiony. It makes sense. I guess my big question, and we haven't answered it yet, is if the cards have to be at the table, or if it's only when you're leveling up and then you can just write it down. You know what I mean? Like, that's my only real question. Like, if you can... Huh. Well, let's see. We'll find out. So let's take a look at the book. I guess that's the next thing to really do, right? Let's go over. So I got my notes up in the background. I'm just going to pull this up over top of it, and we'll flip back and forth. Yeah, Crown Skull. Yeah, that's what I thought. He's a good designer. I like him a lot. So, this is Daggerheart, everyone. I think I made this a little big. Let me shrink it down here. Is that right? That's about right. Zoom in one. Move it over. So I can still see what pages I'm on. So, first off, let's talk art. This shit is fucking gorgeous. Hard fantasy / Chrono Trigger vibes for me. Let's pick our highlighting color. You guys all know the rules here. Oh, here's my signature. Let's pick our highlighting colors. We make blue for this one. I kind of want to go with my staple orange. This, Chrono Trigger, baby. Frog Knight, let's go. We got some machines, obviously a tiefling of some form, a dwarf, might be a dwarf, elf. That's cool looking. I have no idea. What the fuck is that? Spider creatures? Okay. I don't want blue. We'll see what the pages look like. Flying characters, undead, very epic fantasy. First thing we got to do here, we got to put this on scroll. Also, welcome, Hung. I don't think I've seen you here before. We're going to go through this and see what we like. Again, 400-something pages. We're not going to do them all, but we're definitely going to go through it. What's read mode? I don't like that either. It's not scroll. I like that they added a read mode in as a quick key, but I want this to be in a scroll. So let's go back to our scroll version. Page display, enable scrolling. There we go. First off, let's talk logo. Perfect. Perfect. If no one has realized this, let me help you. In case you missed it. It's a perfect branding logo. Anyone notice that with me? Super smart. I like it. I swear by the end of this, this is something I want to play. I'm going to be very mad because I just started all this work for Mythic Bastion Lands. I'm going to be very mad. This is pretty cool. Clean layout. Again, this art is gorgeous as shit. Little Final Fantasy vibes, Nick. I agree that that logo has some Final Fantasy vibes. I'm a Final Fantasy fan, so fucking let's go. All right, we know the first thing. If this isn't hyperlinked, we out. It's hyperlinked. Start drinking. Hyperlink drink. All day long. So we have our chapters. Introduction. Preparing for adventure. I'm going to zoom this in one more here, everybody. I'm a logo designer. I see you, my friend. Same. Same. Been in design and branding for as long as I can remember. Same. So I really like this look. That logo is solid as shit. Introduction, game preparation, campaign 2 adventures, 3 planning adventure, adversaries, campaign frames. Oh, this is cool. I really actually kind of dig that they put this in here. That's awesome. Here, let me see if I can get this sky blue to look the way I want it to. Maybe I will go blue. Oops. Alt back arrow in this if no one knew about it. There we go. Oh! No, I should have loaded this, Nick. I should have loaded this in that new PDF reader and tested it. I didn't even think about that. So Nick and I have been talking in the background about how Adobe Suite has been a pain in the butt lately for doing any form of editing for PDFs and hyperlinking and doing all that kind of crap. And there's a free one that's out there right now that looks really nice. They just did an overhaul on the UI. So full introduction. What is it about? Heart of the game. I just had to blow it up one more. In Daggerheart, you and your fellow players all take turns describing what your characters do. The GM determines the consequences for those actions, then guides the group into collaboratively involving a narrative because of the consequences. Okay, I like that's a great opening statement. I agree. Oh, dude. Fantasy, traditional art, clean. This gives me some Dragon Age vibes for some of it. I like the healing. And all of you know I really like a good narrative story, especially if it's collaborative. Well, I love OSR. I like to add a lot of things into OSR with my storytelling styles. What I like about OSR is the ease of character creation, the ease of play, and designing around OSR is really clean. Inspirations. Here we go. 13th Age, Pelgrim Press. I see that. Apocalypse Keys from Evil Hat. Is that Apocalypse What is Apocalypse Keys versus Apocalypse World? I actually don't know what that is. Does anyone else know? I'm about to put a note for myself to look at. Apocalypse Keys. That might be something we'll look at next week. 13th Age, Apocalypse Keys from Evil Hat Productions, Apocalypse World from Lumpley Games, Blades in the Dark from Evil Hat Productions, City of the Mist from Son of Oak Game Studio, Cortex Prime. I love Cortex. Fandom Tabletop. Cypher, of course. Dishonored. Everybody loves Dishonored, right? But they all say from Modiphius, and really, I think people use the video game for reference more. Dungeons & Dragons for Wizards of the Coast, Flea Mortals from CDM, For the Queen from Darrington Press, Genesis, Fantasy Flight. Dude, they are referencing everything. Look, it's every fucking game that's ever been published worth a damn. That's kind of cool. Wild Sea. They referenced Wild Sea. Touché. Touché. That's really cool. The Dragon Prince, Legend of the Vox Machina, Lord of the Rings, The Witcher, Guardians of the Galaxy, and the Dark Crystal. Very similar vibes to some of my stuff. Not so much Guardians anymore, but very cool. Borderlands? How did that? I don't know. Dragon Age, I can definitely see the inspiration. Elder Scrolls, I can see the inspiration. Outsiders, from People Can Fly. Outriders was a lot of fun. Are you talking about a shield fighter in this game? I don't disagree. I love me a shield fighter. Drew would be happy to hear that. He loves his sword and board. A lot of special appreciation, which is really cool. I like when you dedicate a whole page to the people who help you do this is really cool. Core mechanical review, core sessions and campaign overview. So here's what's using this book. Chapter 1, I really wish this had a little bit of a bold on it or something. It's a little too thin for me, but Chapter 1, preparing for adventure, playing an adventure, running an adventure. If they have a free rules where you can make your own, I think making a solo version of this would be really cool if someone's not doing it already. Campaign frames. What you need to play, 2 to 5 players, Game Master, Game Dice tokens. What are the tokens for? Small objects that represent the look and feel of your character. Okay, so they're talking about actual printable characters. Game dice, cards, character sheets and notes. Maps and miniatures. Okay. Player principles. This is smart. This should be in every game. Be a fan of the character and their journey. Spotlight your friends. Address the character and address the players. This is all just good role-playing advice, right? This should be on a bookmark for your players. Board only. Personal fave fantasy hero. Are you talking about for TTRPG fantasy hero? I don't know if I know that one. I haven't played... Oh, 6th edition Fantasy Hero. I know what you're talking about. I haven't played that yet. The hero system. I played Champions a lot using the hero stuff back in the day. Hold on gently. Table for all. So we're going to get a lot of the anthropomorphic stuff in this game because they're a big fan of adding that stuff. I think they make good fantasy monsters. Depends on the game you're going to be running. Like if I'm running a Grimdark, I don't know how much of that I'd have. Definitely got to set your tone before you play. They also have different, I don't know if they're calling them settings or whatever, but there are different pieces you can use for this. Core realms, mortal realm, hollows above, circles below, realms beyond. Really broad categories. Magic and spell get cards. This is where I get a little weird. There are other games that introduce cards, and I just wasn't a big fan, and then they grew on me. So like, I played a lot of fantasy games, but I also played a lot of miniatures, and War Machine brought cards into the gaming hobby, and it was really good. I just didn't like it at first, but it grew on me. So maybe this to help create stuff will be good. We'll see. Some people really like the cards, and the newer generation of players that have come out over the last couple of years really enjoy the card stuff from my perspective. When I run a Dragon Sandbox, we have cards for all your gear, your items, and things like that. And because of that, they let players kind of keep track of things quicker. So, character creation, they have a whole breakdown. They're right into character creation by page 13. I appreciate that. I think that's really cool for the overall, like that they're in it immediately. Here's our classes. And then it looks like each one has 2 subclasses to start. So Bard has got Troubadour and Wordsmith. Druid has got the Warden of Elements and then Warden of Renewal. That's pretty cool. Yes. Do you like the idea or do you like them at the table? What I end up seeing a lot of times with cards is they spread and take up everything. Like, you have to have a gigantic table when everyone's got 10 cards out. That's the problem I was running into. Guardian, Stalwart, Vengeance, Ranger, Beast Bound, and Wayfinder. Rogue. These, I think these are hyperlinked. Holy shit. They hyperlink the images, Nick. I mean, I'm not going to fight with that. The Night Stalker and Syndicate. Divine Wielder, Winged Sentinel. I mean, I guess. Sorcerer. Seraph is kind of like their healer. Or no, it's not. It's a flight-based character. Okay, that's kind of cool. Elemental Origin, Primal Origin, Warrior, Call the Brave, Call the Slayer. Is a Warrior different than the... Was a Guardian? Guardian's like your tank? Okay, I see. Wizard. Play School of Knowledge. Play School of War. Pretty cool. Good breakdown. So step 1 is... I had to do a character sheet session. Step 1 is character sheet, character guide, and subclass card. I should be clear, by the way, when you get the PDF, it does give you all of the cards that are printable. They're printable cards that they have no art. So I did this so you get the premium. Also, I think people don't want to waste the ink when they print these. Right? But I would have printed them with the art. Like, I want the art. So maybe later they give me the art versions. Yeah, see, I want the art versions. Like, give me the art versions as well. Why would you not give me the art? I don't appreciate... I appreciate these here. I don't like that I don't have the choice to have the art version. I would really like that because I would just print the art version as well. Also, you're printing entire sheets to do this. And this is 30 pages that you're printing for this. And these are just fronts, no backs, right? But they do give them to you, so you have them. I just hope that I don't need to reference those fucking cards when I make my character. Like, I hope it's also in the book so I can just flip through the book. We'll see. 400 and something pages, I would hope so. So, choose your heritage, choose your ancestry. What's the difference? Character's heritage aspect of your character includes 2 elements, ancestry and their community. So, heritage is the overarching, and then your ancestry is the next thing. So, look at Clank, Furbolg. They have a lot in here. Card for details and items and enemies? Maybe. Yeah, I like it for that too. This is for the actual character, though, when you build. I do agree linked images are becoming way more prominent. Okay. That's a lot of, that's a lot of choices. We got some classics in here and some new ones we'll have to look up. We obviously know what a rivet is. Community is kind of where you were born. I always like regional stuff. We found that in Monty Cook Games a lot. Languages in Daggerheart, you're not asked to pick specific languages for your character. The game assumes that everyone speaks common language. Sure. This game assumes that everyone speaks a common language. It's up to you whether that's through mundane or magical means. And that sign language is widely understood across cultures and community. I mean... Sure. Look, this is being enforced. I think that should be setting based, personally. It's cool that they're saying that and everyone has sign language as well. I know that they're a very diverse group. It is a fantasy setting. There's nothing saying people can't be taught sign language as well. I just feel like that should be setting based, not core rule based. That's just me. But this is something we see a lot with Darrington Press design. So, assign character traits: agility, strength, finesse, instinct, presence, knowledge. Okay. Lots of animal creature art so far. A lot of anthropomorphic. I was hoping to see some of the other stuff. When I think anthropomorphic too, I think TMNT. That's how I see creatures. Pretty good. We went through a lot of stuff. We're going through the 415 pages of Daggerheart right now, and then I'm going to record my overview. So, new traits. They did all new ones. Agility and strength we've seen in things. Finesse, instinct, presence, and knowledge. This is different. That is a very different 6-stat spread, honestly. So sprint, leap, maneuver, strength, lift, smash, grapple, finesse, control, hide, tinker, instinct, perceive, sense, navigate, presence, charm, perform, deceive, knowledge, recall, analyze, comprehend. This is a combination of D&D and Blades in the Dark. Because this right here, that word is what reminds me of Blade in the Dark. The tinker. That's a word they use when you're looking at Blade stuff. How do we do our stats? Trait modifiers are values associated with each trait. You make an action roll when using these. Distribute the following starting modifiers across your character traits. So did they tell you, is there like a quick overview? Did I miss it? That show you what to do? Like just a one sheet? I just want a one sheet. It's missing a one sheet for character creation so far. You notice that? Like step 1 through whatever. I'm gonna mark for now. I want a one sheet with page numbers that I can jump back and forth on. I didn't see that. The closest thing I saw was this. We scroll all the way back up. This is the closest thing I saw. Right? But it's not everything. So we'll see. Ooh, I went way too far. Let me go back up here. My apologies here. Where the fuck were we? Here we go. So you distribute these modifiers. What does this do? Didn't they do the one sheet as a sidebar on the character sheet, or did they get rid of it? I don't know. That's a really, really good question, and I should look at that before I say anything else. So let's go over to Daggerheart. Character sheets are here, right? Resources, downloads. Did I just see a card creator? Okay. This is dope. This is fucking cool. Where's it at? Oh, it's coming soon. It's not out yet. I'm excited for this. That's smart. For your table. Super smart. I would have made it in Canva or Photoshop to make it easier. So, character sheets and guides. I think this is what we're looking for. Okay. So let's take a look. 22 sheets. I'm going to download this. And we're going to put it into the folder here. for Daggerheart. And then we'll pull it up so we can scroll through it. I like to crash Acrobat as often as possible by making it do more than one thing at once. So let's pull it back up here. PDF. And RPGs. Daggerheart. Because I remember them having a sideboard, Nick. And I was like, I hope they keep this. And I haven't kept up with it. All right, so here we go. Fuck this, dude, by the way. Fuck this. This thing popping up every time is fucking annoying. So you got your bard. You got your bard suggested traits. You got your primary traits. Oh my, I just clicked it and it's not responding. Fuck you, piece of shit. I think I yell about Acrobat every day. It might get retired from my arsenal here. It's just unstable on a good day. So you have this sheet here for like this. We'll just take the bard, for example. You have this sheet, it has everything on it. There's a lot here. But it isn't Bond's ideals and flaws where they don't do anything. Because all they do is give you an inspiration of 5e. They got a breakdown of the bard characters, the different suggested traits, your inventory, things that you take, things to choose between. I'm gonna stand up, by the way. I'm tired of sitting. Yeah. Well, those are suggested traits. Suggest primary, but there's no page numbers. Acrobat has been on fire for countless years. Not even kind of, entirely on fire for countless years. I don't like the missing of page numbers. I think that's my one thing I would say. I just want the page numbers because I like to be able to go reference it in the book. I think it's important to have those sections. But they don't do it. Even if it was a footnote across the bottom or a scroll over or something. I just want page numbers. I know they're trying to make it so you don't have to reference the book. But to me, when players reference the book, it makes finding things later as you play easier. But I do like that they did this. Levels 2 to 4, 5 to 7, 8 to 10. With these things that you can add. And they kind of tell you, but these aren't form fill. These are print only. I do wish this was form fill. I think that's my second thing I would say. Form fill sheets are great. They're needed. They're probably never going to do them because they have Nexus. And honestly, to get the Nexus version with all the form fill stuff's like $10. If you wanted it. But I don't like having all my stuff on Nexus without having a backup version of it, because I've seen, just look at how many video games we see go down over the years and MMOs. And like Drew and I always talk about wanting to play Army of Two. They put it out as a game for you to play on Game Pass, but you couldn't play with each other because there's no servers and you couldn't host it on your own thing. They never made that. You couldn't host it like on your Xbox or on your PC. I feel the same way. I agree with Sly Flourish on this. Have 3 forms of backup. Have a cloud version, have an app, and have it on a hard drive somewhere. Like, always have 3 forms. Just, it makes sense for things that are important to you, because if one goes down, you can always get it later. I think that is a very important thing. And it doesn't need to be a solid state for backup, even unless you're operating off of it. Just get a hard drive. You can get those cheap that are terabytes large and back up all of your extra shit on it. Just don't work off of it. So, anyway, it does look like they have, the sheets have the information on them. That's cool. So let's go back into this. So you get your bonuses, you place them. If you ever need to reference your trait modifier as values, if a card effect references your agility, presence, etc., a +2 would be considered a 2, a -1 would still be considered a -1. So they're just telling you to take the plus out. Whatever. Record additional character information. Evasion, this is your dodging ability. It sounds like how hard you are to be hit by adversaries. I am really leaning into, currently this time in my design as a designer, the roll to damage also being the roll to hit together. I'm really enjoying that with Into the Odd Karn. I believe that I believe that Draw Steel is doing that as well. I love that all-in-one resolution and then matching that up to armor. I honestly wish Cyberpunk Red had kind of gone that route with a roll for damage and then soak instead of rolling to hit. I think it would have been a cool way to handle it, but I digress. I just am enjoying that right now as a storyteller and as a designer. It's really kind of a neat mechanic. It allows you to do a lot of really fun stuff too, but they have the hope dice and the fear dice. That takes up and gives you some of the narrative. I played a lot of PF2. I'm a huge fan of PF2 specifically because of good form-filled character creators. Agreed. Yeah, Hero, what is it called? There's two of them. There's one that a gentleman makes. I know I use it on BlueStacks. Hold on, it's on my desktop. Hold on here. What do I call it? Path Builder. And then there's another one that's like Wayfinder or something like that lets you enter your own stuff. When I was designing ETHAUNTIA for it, I was using that. Was enter my own. It was just a little convoluted. But the hero, the Path Builder thing is amazing. It's really good. So evasion, hit points, and stress. I'm curious to see what stress does. Like, he explained that you mark them and when to mark them, but not really what it did. Is there can I highlight this? Does this go with anything? No. Dang. Well, Nexus has it. Nexus has the character creator. That's actually really good. So if you go here, hold on here. Pull this down. Let's pull up Chrome. If you go here, Nexus has a really good character builder. Let me find... Oh, what would it be? Buy now. If we go down here to digital offerings and you go to Demiplane Nexus, right here you can see this is the core bundle, right? Which is, this gives you the full thing. The only thing that sucks is if you already have it on Drive-Thru-RPG and you just want this now, I don't know if there's an upgrade. But Nexus covers a lot of that stuff. And they have a good builder here. So if you go to Nexus, it's really a character archiver for building character sheets. I've shown it off on, what game was it? Everyday Heroes. We took a look at it. But if you go into games and you go to, there's Daggerheart. Hold on here. Let me do this. Let me sign in really quick. Maybe. All right, signed in. So here, if you go to Daggerheart and say you want to create a character, I think it lets you make one if you're not paid, but it's just slow, man. It's just, it just feel like their servers are really slow, but it's very pretty. But this allows you to make a character here, and this just has the base stuff in it. Really clean, portrait, like it's nice. It's a really nice character builder. I don't know how well it works on the phone. So there is a way to do it. I just haven't used it much. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So let's go back. So hit points and stress, reflects ability to withstand the pressures, dangerous situations. I'm sure we'll find out what that does later. You can describe a character's hit points and stress any way you wish, but they generally represent your character's ability to get knocked down and to keep coming back. You mark them as you go. Character hit points and stress when these situations arise. So one's like mental, obviously. Hope and fear, those are the points you get to spend, and then the points that the GM gets, which you all know for my shows, hell, I'm doing it for Streamloots again. For Mythic Bastionlands, I get points to spend to do cool things during scenes and activate monster abilities and fun shit like that. So I really like that because it's not that I need a mechanic to tell a GM what to do. It's a reminder, and it builds a crescendo as you're building points. Things naturally happen And that's what I actually like about it for GMs. Like, I can just have a dragon open with a breath weapon in the beginning of a combat, but building up to that, as you can like see the red flowing as a fire's building the chest, as I'm getting fear points, your players have an indicator narratively what's going to happen. So I love those kind of things. I use them in all my games. I usually like pre-roll my next action in Dragonbane for my monsters, so I know what they're going to do, just because I like to describe it so the players can decide how to use their actions. So, transparency at the table for me, more than lines and veils. Transparency a lot more is the rules and the surrounding, because as a GM, you're describing what's going on, and your players are relying on you to paint a picture for them to interact with. Or map or minis or whatever it is you use to paint your picture, whatever you're best at. Maybe you're a miniature painter, I don't give a fuck. Whatever you use. So choose your weapons, physical, magical, primary, secondary. A lot of stuff here. At level 1, your proficiency is 1. This means you roll 1 damage die for your weapon attacks. In the active weapons area of your character sheet, this is recorded. So does your weapon damage dice go up? Oh yeah, look at that. So as your proficiency is 2, you roll 2d6. Holy shit, the damage in this game gets high. And what was the cap levels? Hold on. I think it was 10, right? 10. That means you're rolling 10 damage dice. When your proficiency goes to 10? Is that right? Wow. So they're wanting players to do 10d6 math? I must be missing something. Huh. Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm reading that wrong. Careful label damage dice and type. Record your damage dice to proficiency value already written in, like 1d6 plus 3 instead of d6 plus 3. To remind yourself of how many weapon dice to roll. Whenever you increase your proficiency... Oh, I bet you have to add to it. You would also increase the number of dice and damage in that field. For example, when your proficiency becomes 2, you increase your proficiency dice. So let's not be level-based. We'll get into that. Maybe you buy it. I bet you buy it. I bet you that's what it is. Hold on here. Does it say here, proficiency? Choose 2 options from the list below. Gain a +1 to unmarked character traits and mark them. Permanently gain 1 hit point. When stressed, 2 bonus experience. Choose an additional domain card. Permanently gain +1 to your evasion. Proficiency. I'm looking for a proficiency bonus. Nothing here. Proficiency here. Right here. Here. And here. So no, it'll be 3 dice. That's better. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's right here. It's part of the leveling tier. That is actually nice having this at the bottom of the page. It's fucking cool. All right. So 3d6, 3d6, 3d8, 3d4, whatever. That's going to be it. That's not bad. Choose your armor. Armor reduces the severity of incoming attacks and character creation. You can choose 1 set of armor and equip it. You can find armor suggestions at the top of your character guide, but if you'd like your own, you can find all of them starting at tier 1 in the armor tables. This should have been hyperlinked. That should have been a hyperlink for me. Anytime you tell me to go look for something, I want a hyperlink. An armor's damage threshold shown in the base. Hit points and damage thresholds, chapter 2. Then armor field, the top left. It has armor reduction, which is my favorite form of armor. Reducing incoming damage is my favorite form of armor. Choose starting items. It matters a lot in this game, too, because you got to think, if that meets a beats a mentality would have taken you into the next threshold, having a -4 from armor might take you back down. That's right, hyperlink drink. Choose starting items, and we saw here at the top for the bard, it tells you inventory take this, choose this, and either this. Pretty smart. And we've seen that in a lot of games over the years. Even 5e was doing that, choose and pick one. Torch is used for illuminating, 50 foot of rope, basic supplies, handful of gold, so on and so on. And then create your background. Explore your character's background by answering the background questions. I like that. I think the background questions are great. I include them in ETHAUNTIA. I think they help develop a character. Warpaint has a really cool version of that when I'm creating those. And then Breachers, I did not do character background questions, although I have thought about making a guild hall journal where you answer questions for yourself to make your character. I didn't include it in it because Shadow Dark is such a in-your-face, you may die. Your experiences create your story instead of creating your experience. So playing the game makes your background. That's kind of the thought behind that. But there's nothing wrong with making a background if you want to risk it. So create your experiences in Daggerheart. It's pretty cool. Each character starts with 2 experiences at character creation, and each get a +2 modifier. So you make these experiences and they give you a +2 modifier. That's kind of a cool way to make people make their background, which I did the same thing when I did defining moments. When you give me your answers for your defining moments, they give you stuff in return. More through adventures before creating experiences. You want to have a solid idea of your character. Awesome. Flavor to your experience. Once you've decided on a character, 2 starting experiences. Okay. So here's the tip. If you're not sure what experience to take, consider the style of campaign you're playing and the actions you'll want to perform. And a standard battle-focused campaign, it's never a bad idea to take your character's first experience as something that will help with combat. That's kind of cool. Did they have experiences on the character sheet? Yeah, right here. And I bet you, if we go over to this, there is... Are these bookmarked? Fuck, it's not bookmarked. Ability, Grimoire, ability. I'm looking for the background cards, see if they're in here. Community. Here's your community cards. Okay. Yeah, they don't have the background cards included. So experience examples are these. They must have a list of them somewhere. Maybe it's on the next page. One of your character's experiences fits the situation at hand. You can use the experience to showcase their expertise. Before you make an action or a reaction roll, you can spend a hope to add the experience's modifier to the roll result. Okay, so your experiences allow you to spend hope in unique ways. There's a lot of things you have to remember in this game for like ways you can spend hope. Is there a way on this character sheet that explains your hopes expenditures? Yeah, here's your experience. It would go here and what they do. It's like if you're a master archer, you could spend hope and get that bonus there. That's kind of cool. Low numbers, nothing really crazy in this game. You're basically doing 2 to 24 plus a stat modifier so far, because you're rolling 2d12 and adding them together. Character has the opportunity to gain new experiences as they level. However, if you discover that your character has outgrown a previous experience and doesn't feel right anymore, you're not stuck with the ones you already chosen. For example, you might find that your character's stealthy experiences no longer matches the head-on way they've learned to solve problems, or perhaps the group likes to solve things diplomatically at first. So your character's catch them by surprise experience isn't a good fit for the table's collaborative story. It's totally okay. Work with your GM and change it. I like this. This whole idea of changing the hot swap is cool. I have no problem with it. I've had players change their feats. Todd had to do it in our live show because he didn't like something that his spellcaster had when we switched to Dragon Bane. Totally fine with it. Like, they find a way. They dump the skill and pick a new one up. They refocus their efforts. I like that. You choose domain cards. Shared domains. Each class shares domains with at least one other class. For example, a blade is shared with a guardian and a warrior with a sage. They're shared by the druid and ranger, so on and so on. Then you create your connections. Connections, this is from MCGM. It's been happening a lot, but MCGM with Cypher System and Numenera really put the connections in between you and another person. I wish they did a little more in that game. They do some stuff. Sometimes there's ability involved. I wish they all had abilities. And I actually think in Cypher Revised, we find a lot more of them kind of giving abilities out. Cool, they did that. The art's just stupendous. Example character, so they filled it out. So this is what a filled out sheet looks like. Evasion 10, that's what they need to hit you. Armor 3, that's how much damage you soak. Your bonuses across the deck. I love that they put the little things here. It's a very open character sheet and design, which I enjoy as well. You have your hit points and your stress, your hope, your experience, your gold, your class features. All this is great. Active weapons, your proficiency. Oh, the proficiency can go high. Look at this, everybody. We were wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can get up to 6 dice. That could be wild. That really could be wild. Okay. Inventory. Then they filled out this character description. Why did they circle stuff? So this is the sidecar. This is what Nick was talking about. This is the sidecar sheet. That's one sheet. It used to be a piece that slid, like if your character sheet was sitting there, it would sit on the side. So instead of being a 8.5 by 11 sheet, you put these two, I think they were 2 inches, right? So it ended up being a 10 by 11 sheet, and they would just slide underneath your character sheet, and they gave you all your information that you need. Honestly, you could still kind of do that if you were to cut these and stack them. I liked the old version. I thought they were fun. I personally would like to try to print it on 11 by 17 and make folds so I could fold it out from underneath and shit like that, just because I think it'd be cool. But this is a great piece. Really cool. Domains. Domains are the core themes for each class, not spell, schools. The codex is cool. Magical study. These are neat. These are also hyperlinked, by the way. They take you to the different areas. Great hyperlinking in this overall. Daggerheart, the sorcerer, the druid. What is all this for? Is this just art? Ooh. I want this on the GM screen, if it's not already. Very cool piece. This is a GM screen art piece if I've ever seen it. Like, 100%. Top down. Reading domain cards. Okay, so this is what I wanted to know. Level of the card. Right? The domain it's from. I guess you're going to have to memorize these symbols. A little Magic the Gathering for me. Recall cost. What's that do? The number in Lightning Bolt in the top right of the card shows its recall cost. This doesn't affect character creation, but once you reach level 5, you'll have more cards than spaces in your loadout. Your set of 5 active cards, see the loadout and vault section on page 101. You can normally only move an inactive card from your vault to your loadout during downtime. But you can mark a number of stress equal to the card's recall cost to swap it immediately. So there's a sideboard? There's a Magic the Gathering sideboard? I remember this vaguely in beta. I didn't know they were going to keep this. So that means you only have so many active abilities in the game. You pick the ones that you want. It takes a downtime to swap them out. How are spellcasters going to work then? Weird. Okay, I'd have to see this in play before I judge it. I'm going to make a note, though. What is this called? Sideboard? What are they calling it? Loadout and Vault. And Vault, remind me of Magic the Gathering. Need to see in play. I'm not sure about that. That's weird. It's really weird. All right, making notes. Making notes for the recording that I'm going to do later. Normally move an active and inactive card from your vault. Okay, so type 4, where's that at? It's a spell. We understand that. We all spell grimoires. Grimoires are unique, and the codex domain are a collection of smaller spells bundled together. Okay, so you get groups of spells. I like that. So it's like a spell book. And 5 is feature. Okay. Hello, Shredder. Hello, Shredder. How are you today? What does it say? An onyx black clank with joints, veined gold class hilt of a weapon, orbs on their chest, and face glow red in warning. That's the art brief. Clank is a robot. So the class, And so I want to say too, for anyone who watched Critical Role, when Sam played his robot, a Clank, it made me think that suddenly we knew Daggerheart might be taking over their main slot. We'll see if that happens though. This is where I went. Are we trying to sell card boosters online? Oh, my Fireball class cooler. Yeah, but so they're making that card maker. They're making a card maker, which is really cool. And the cards do make it to where it's really simple to add new spells, new items, new abilities, new classes to your game. I do like that. That means that instead of having to buy a whole new book, which is very expensive to print, right? They could technically say, hey, here's 10 new classes. Here's 5 new subclasses, and just, you can buy a card deck for 10 bucks. It is smart in sales strategy because trying to produce a book is so expensive and so hard. But getting playing cards printed is not that bad. I don't dislike it. As long as I don't abuse it. We're not seeing 1,000 classes a fucking day. But third-party publishers can be making shit. So this section details Daggerheart's classes. You choose and grant the following: domain, starting evasions, starting hit points, class items, class features, class hope feature. Each class has a special move they can use by spending 3 hope. Okay, cool. You got like super moves. Like you got limit breaks. Your chosen subclass grants the following: a subclass trait, foundational feature, specialized feature, mastery feature. Mastery, wow, okay, so there's... This must be as you level. If you're a spellcaster, this is caster trait. Foundation feature. The foundation feature is a unique starting feature that establishes the identity and strength of the subclass. Specialized feature, the specialization feature is more advanced feature or a set of features you can gain when you level up. For some subclasses, the special features is a new ability, okay? Master feature. The master feature is your subclass most powerful feature. All right, cool. I like this 2-column big fucking fat layout's great. Also, they're indexing the side with colors, which I enjoy. So you got your bard. Your subclass is built in. Great art. Great art. Again. God damn, man. And then they keep the brief. Magic scripture flows through the air from a quill of a human bard in a wheelchair. She has an afro and wears a blue dress. Dope. This is a great example of just making a character instead of doing it for diversity. It's just because it's a cool fucking character. Like the Oracle in Batman, when Batgirl gets fucked up and she becomes the Oracle, she becomes like the knowledge person. And she was amazing at it. Like, that's what this is. That's awesome. It's not forced. It makes sense. Wordsmith. Hey, look, it's me. Back when I had a goatee. For those who don't know, Pathfinder 2e has a picture of a satyr that looks like me. If I had red skin. Not even kidding. Go find it. Go find the PF2 satyr. If you go to the old forum boards for Pathfinder, it's my icon. Under my other handle. Super cool. Wordsmith, again, great fucking art. Your druid. Ooh, no art here. They ran out of space. Beast form, this shit always takes up so much shape. This is important. Druids are broken in almost every game. If they did this right, this could be a big thing. Because TOVs is better. I don't like 5e's druid. TOVs is pretty good. So let's see how this works. Mark a stress to magically transform into a creature of your tier or lower from the beast form list. You can drop out of this form at any time. While transformed, you can't use weapons or cast spells from domain cards, but you can still use other features or abilities you have access to. Spells you cast before you transform stay active and last for the normal duration. You can talk and communicate as normal. Additionally, you gain beast form features, add their evasion bonus to your evasion bonus, and use a trait specified in their statistics for your attack. While you're in beast form, your armor becomes part of your body, and you mark armor slots as usual. When you drop out of beast form, those marked armor slots remain marked. If you mark your last hit point, you automatically drop out of this form. Clean. I like that. Wild touch can perform harmless, subtle effects that involve nature, causing flowers to rapidly grow, summon a slight gust of wind, and so on. Okay, cool. Ooh. What is this? A clank? It's a wooden clank. That's cool. Great. This looks like Todd drew this. That's really cool art. Here's your options: agile, household friend, pack predator, nimble, aquatic, stalking arachnid. Cool. Tier 2. I was hoping they would upgrade these. And do you lose tier 1? Oh, any of your tier lower. Okay. All right. So great. This looks like Steve Prescott. I don't know if it is, but that looks like Prescott's work. He's definitely an inspiration, his brushstrokes for this. One of my favorite illustrators of all time. Did a lot of stuff for Eberron. Eberron, black and white for like White Wolf back in the day too. I have a couple of his originals. I actually have his art book. Hold on. So he did a series at Gen Con. Check this out. Super fun. Like alphabet book by beings. So let's flip to a random one. And it says black and whites. Get that glare off of it. There we go. Right? Super cool. But that his color art looks very much like what we're looking at there on that page. Guardian. Nice, clean art. Like it. Ranger. Ooh, like a chimpanzee ranger? Okay. I'm liking their anthropomorphic. They feel less furry and more part of it. You know what I mean? I like it. It's decent. What is this one? Wayfinder. Nice. She got animal companion? Wayfinders get animal companions? I would have thought this was the Wayfinder and this would be the other one. Hunt your prey and strike with deadly force. Agility. Ruthless predator. Path forward. Elusive prey. I didn't know they got a animal companion. Oh, this is the Ranger Companion. Shouldn't that have been on this page? I don't know. That's a good point, Kyle. I don't know. What page are we on? 40? Hold on. Let me see if I recognize any of the names. Artist. I don't see a Prescott in here. Huh. Okay. I mean, a lot of people use him as inspiration. He's an OG. So, animal companions. Art's all great. I love fucking Ravens. Look so fucking cool. Oh, they get a companion sheet. Was there companion sheets in here? Ooh, hold on here. Well, these druid sheets are actually really nice. This reminds me of the old EMAS sheets from 3.5. If anyone remembers the EMAS 3.5, 3.0 sheets, they were made for each class and all the information was on them to make your life easier. This gives me the EMAS vibes. Now they're called Big Purple Worm or Purple something, Purple Monster Sheets on Patreon. And he does them for 5e. But he hid him behind a Patreon wall because D&D was being a fucking brat about it. Oh, yeah, here we go. Cool. Cool. Really cool. Okay, nice. Good to see. Rogue. It's a great looking rogue. And one of those are tieflings. Oh, that's wild looking. What is this? The Syndicate? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of dig that. Divine Wielder. So this is the Divine Wielder. All right. And obviously Pike got wings later on in their books. I think some of this is based on Vox Machina. I really do. Dope Paladin. I like these constellation symbols on his face. Sorcerer. Sorcerers are weird, man, because they're not really wizards, and they're always different every game, and I never know how they're gonna do it. So they're elementalists for this version. And then the other one is Primordial. I love the frog people. Is this the frog? Yeah, this is a frog people. I think this is supposed to be like a poison dart. Primal origin. Very cool. So what's their big thing? They manipulate magic, allows you to modify their essence of magic itself, allow you to cast or make attacks using a weapon that deals magic damage. Oh, that's cool. I gotta say, man, this is kind of cool. So far, this is some fun design work. The biggest argument I've heard from this so far from the internet, and I haven't watched a ton of interviews or reviews yet. I wanted to not be stained until I looked through it myself today, because I'd kind of planned on doing this. I just didn't know it released yesterday. I thought it was going to be in June. Is that the setting is too basic. It is like a basic, fundamental RPG. You know what I mean? And because of that, people were like, this isn't for me. It's a little too bland. So if that can change, I would like that. I think there needs to be a setting. So I think we'll see more of them come out from them. Here's what knocked over this shelving piece on myself, which is glass. Would have been bad. Slaying dragons. So hold on here. Warrior. Why does this got its own background? Questions. Did that not? I don't see that for anybody else. Did you? Oh, I guess it does. This just Warrior has so little to do. They fit it all on one page, and then this is your thing. I like the questions though. They're fun. Driving your character. Oh, this is a 2-page spread one. Ooh. I don't think I'd want to be a fire wizard if I had fur. And here's your ancestries. Mushies. I absolutely love this art. I'm going to send this to Allie. That's cool. Clanks. Yes. Mushrooms. Yes. They're super cool. That's a cool Clank bard. This got a little bit of a League of Legends vibe. A little Jin vibe. I love the drawing, like the breakdowns of the weapon arms and stuff. Really cool looking. Right? That's awesome. Cool. Cool. Draconians. Actually, Dracona? Wingless Dragons. Okay. Cool looking art. I love the sketches that they're giving you for like ideas. Reminds me of 3.0. Or dwarfs. Gotta love your dwarves. This is a little orcish looking, to be honest. Maybe it's a mole. Elves. Nothing special about the elves. Traditional. A little bit of a... what was that old anime that was based on Lord of the Rings? Lotus Wars. Little Lotus Wars looking for some of these. Fairy. I didn't know they made these playable. That's cool. Fawn. That's what those are. They're not tieflings. They're fawns. And again, that's the woman who plays Pike, played a fawn in her new one. Furbolg, these are dope looking. I love this. Great art. Fungrel. That's what they're called? Fungrel? Is that different? Oh, the other one was just a splash page. Wow, look at that. That's hella cool. Galapa, the turtle. Need to write a document on how magic was gained in a system which inevitably was formed every single in-setting magic system. Wait, what do you... I need to write a document on how magic was gained in a system which inevitably then formed every... What? I'd have to look at that. I mean, Vanciate Magic is the most common version of it. Invisible Sun, if you haven't looked through Invisible Sun by Monte Cook Games, they have a whole bunch of different versions of magic in it, and I feel like that's a really good source for new magic. Is this the giant? A full-on giant? Okay. Goblins, aka Skittles. Taste the Pain Bow. Halflings. Great art here. Love the size differences. Human. Great art. That's cool. He's got like an autonomous arm. He's got a replacement piece. Wait, hold on. What's it say when I scroll over him? Sketches of humans dressed in a variety of different outfits. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought I was going to give a breakdown of him. Infernus, that's their tieflings. Okay, there is tieflings. This is cool looking. These kind of backward swooping ones. You had a pixie I ran with for a while in PF game. She was fun and chaotic. I think everyone's had something like that in their life. Katari, yeah, cat people. Orcs, good orc art, really cool. Maybe these are Taste the Pain Bow, actually. Traditional. The rivets, really cool. Very Chrono Trigger, makes me very happy to see. Like, this is awesome. Simia. Ooh. Dude. That is not a Pixar character. For the Simia. The big battle adult Simia. That's cool looking. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Looking through this before I record my review for it. Mixed ancestries. What? Families within the world of Daggerheart are unique as the peoples and cultures inhabit. Anyone's appearance and skill separate can be shaped by blood magic, proximity, and a variety of other factors. You decide what your character is. So yeah, because they're basically saying you can be made or birthed or whatnot. Choose ancestry features. Work with your GM. Choose 2 features from the ancestries and your character's lineage. You must first choose the feature. Let me put this back on the highlighter. Do that. Must first choose 2 features from the ancestors. Choose the first 2 from the ancestors, the second from the other. Well, write both down on a note card you can keep with your other cards next to your character sheet. For example, if you're making a goblin orc, you might take sure-footed and tusks, sturdy and danger sense features. Okay, cool. What is this? Is this like a Clank and a Dragon one? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, people are gonna fucking love this. Because it's so easy. So easy to make this into something. What is he fighting? Please tell me this is a 2-page fucking spread. Oh, why? You missed out. That should have been a 2-page spread. Your community you're from. I always like the community stuff. I think that's great. Highborn. Great city art. Great little pieces cut out. Really great art here. Lowborn. Really, really feels like League of Legends here. Orderborn. More great sketch art. I always love this kind of pencil work. Big fan of it. And I think pencil work can be in a book for a long time. But basically from like 3.0 through the 3.5, we saw a lot of pencil work get cut out. Pathfinder kind of brought it back. Because the original classes in 3.0 for D&D were pencil work. Ridgeborn. That's cool. That's a cool structure. Seaborn. Hell yeah. Look at this. Definitely high fantasy feeling. That's cool. Do all these pieces make this? Kind of looks like it does. Slyborn. You know this is where I'm being from. 100%. Very cool. Wanderborn. Oh, this is nice. Your nomads. Very cool looking. I don't know how you're wandering with a fucking tree. Oh, that's Wildborn, I bet you. That's the art for Wildborn. So Wanderborn is the pack animal life kind of thing. Cool. Additional player guidance. You know what, man? Magic and Monsters, Marks of Men, my other setting, this might be a good system for it. I've been looking for a new system to move from 5e for high fantasy, and this might be a really good high fantasy system for it. Ooh, I like the spring feet, like to replace, you know, disabled identities. Purpose, playing disabled with purpose and respect, sure. It's just, it happens to characters just like it does people. Great. Having replacement limbs and stuff, super fucking cool. Awesome. I don't think they needed all of this to explain why they did it, but you know, they're covering their bases because that's what they've always done. They've already set a point of reference, and they have to keep that in how they design stuff now. But I do love that it's in the game. I just don't need I don't need diatribes on it. But you know, hey, there's people who are dicks that don't get it. That aren't around like friends that are disabled vets and shit like that. Telling disabled stories, super fucking cool. This is cool. I actually think this is awesome. This should be a full GM section to learn how to do this right. Very cool. How to play them? Why is Devin Rue writing this? Is Devin Rue blind? The cartographer? Weird. I'm curious as to why. Not judging, just wonder. Like a deaf character. That's kind of cool. Like the flowers and the earpieces and shit. Maybe that helps him hear. That's fucking... I could see that being pretty cool. There's some really cool design ideas in here. Love this sketch art. Awesome. Oh, dude, this art is gorgeous, man. Chapter 2. Flow of the game. Narrative details, players, GMs, ask them. Okay, cool. Love this. So here's the thing I wanted to see. How are they teaching people to run this game? This is the hardest part of a book to write, if you ask me. Teaching people to run your style of game. Narrative detail. Players and GM ask questions. The players and GM answer questions. Choose and resolve actions. Repeat the cycle. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually... This is... I'm going to duplicate something here. Hold on here, everybody. Let's pull my Chrome back up. I want to go back over to Chrome. I'm going to go to my notes here. First thing I want to see if I can do is I want to... Can I duplicate this whole thing? Cut. Paste. Oh yeah, it does it as one. Oh, okay. Can I change? I want this gone. Cut. Paste it here again. There we go. I got rid of it. Perfect. So now we can do this. So thoughts. What is that? I want to pages. Important pages. Does it? Oh, okay. I didn't know. I should amazing cartographer. That's why I was asking. Visually important pages, and then final thoughts. Right? Well, we're going to do these colors to match our EFP live. So we'll do this in the orange. And then for final thoughts, we'll use the green. Actually, I'll do this as the orange. And I'll do important pages as green. These are just the colors that I've color picked from the Rhodian style piece. Cool. I don't see, it did it again though. It keeps putting this in here. Like, how do I just delete this? Like, if I hit slash, is there a fucking don't put this here? Is there a get fucked delete option? I don't think there is. Highlighted blocks. What's that? Oh, that's cool. Huh. Let me just, I'm gonna... We want to hear. There you go. You can drag it. Okay, so it's below it. I see. Nice. Nice. She did do limited edition masks. That might be. Thanks for subscribing, bud. That might be. Okay, so what I wanted to write in here, though, was important pages. I wanted to mark the page we were looking at. This is page 88. So this is, what is this? This is, what do they call it? Storytelling? Is it flow of the game? Flow of the game. This is important. And this is page, I think it's 79 and 88. No, sorry, I lied. 87 and 88. 87 through 88. Okay. Super cool. I love that they did this. Let's go back over to it. I think it's important that they're teaching people how to run this because it's already a new game mechanic. They're teaching them how to run a fucking game. You know what I mean? Okay. Thank you, Serving Hands, for the sharing for that. I'll take a look at that after we're done with this. I have no idea what the fuck that is. That's a different form of degenerative vision. Apparently she can't see 3D objects due to her impairment, which I've never heard of. Well, that probably is the same people who can't do, like when the 3DS came out and you could see the 3D objects and they can't see those things, like when you have a 3DS and you had the Mario jumping around. That might be something like that. A form of, it's got to be a depth perception issue, I guess. I'll have to look into that. I've never heard of that. So, core mechanics, the spotlight. I think every GM does this. I love that they're teaching it. On your turn, the things you can do. Optional tool, spotlight tracker. If your group prefers tactical player or structured player turns, you can limit the number of action each player has available to them at a time. We recommend that you start with 3, but you can increase or decrease the number of your table first. But the spotlight action, anytime a character becomes the focus of a scene, they're in the spotlight. Even if many characters are involved in that dramatic moment, there's often one character leading the action. This might be a PC pulling their ally to safety, an NPC haggling over the price of rare goods. So they get a spotlight. I kind of already do that in general. On your turn, Daggerheart's turns don't follow traditional rigid format. You don't have a set number of actions you can take or things you can do before play pauses to someone else. Players should follow the natural flow of fiction to figure out what happens next. Bouncing the spotlight around the table, whoever makes sense in that moment. However, all players should keep in mind who has recently... This is going to be hard to teach. Gotta go. I'll be back sometime with a magic doc or something. All right, sounds good. This will be... I'll have a shortened version of this up afterwards I record. So basically, I go through this and I record like a 10 to 15 minute overview. Thanks for joining, though. We'll be around. I'll be on tomorrow for solo play. So making moves when you decide to do something in the story, that's kind of cool. Moves in combat. GM moves and adversary actions. Duality dice, we already know this is the 2d12s. How to handle hope and fear. This is important. I think this is going to be a hard concept for newer GMs. Or people who are really used to a rigid structure. This is a very non-rigid structure game. Using hope. When you've gained hope and recorded your character sheet, you can spend it to power special abilities, clearing it from your character sheet when you do. Hope carries over between sessions, but you can only hold a maximum of 6 hope at a time. They're limiting it. Makes sense. I do the same thing in Breachers. I don't put a max, though, honestly. It's just how you gain them kind of limits it. But you can only hold a maximum of 6 at a time. Recommend you look for opportunities to spend it. Hope can be used in several ways. Help an ally utilize an experience, which is those things we talked about earlier. Initiate a tag team roll. We're getting this fastball special. Or to activate hope features. Okay, cool. Fear, hit points and threshold damage. We talked about that earlier. Clearing hit points. Evasion. Evasion represents your ability to avoid attacks. Your base evasion determined by your class. Is it Mitsa Bitsa? To get described, the character's evasion represents flavor at the same time. Take this opportunity to be creative. Although these descriptions add your character and the story group is telling a story, you don't change normal evasion rules. I just want to know if it's a Mitsa Bitsa. Is it me to beat it? It's got to be me to beat it. Massive damage. You ever take equal to double your severe threshold, you mark 4 hit points. Ooh, okay. That's cool. They got some optional rules in here. Here's your damage tracker, how it works, right? So 8, 16. Okay, cool. Stress represents a mental and physical strain. Looks like we're out of music here. Let me go mark some more music from White Bat. What do we want to add here? Just adding some more to the playlist here real quick. All right. Hashtag Mitsa. I know. I need to make something for it. We're going to have to. I think I want to make an animated version of Mitsa Pizza. Oh, Jay, if you haven't seen this yet, have you? Hold on, bud. We made Mitsa Pizza stuff. It came up during one of the episodes. Someone said Mitsa Pizza. That's not what happened. But we kept it. And Allie and I started talking during the show. And we designed this. It is a Mitsa Pizza mug. So, look at this shit. And it's textured. And it is literally the Little Caesars guy holding onto a die that says 13 and holding a flag that says the DC. And that's our Mitsa Pizza Hots and Ready. I'm going to blow it up, make it bigger for you. I'm going to do some shirts and hoodies out of it as well, but it's textured because they're UV cured. I had all the textures in it to give it kind of like a grunge vibe to it. Super fucking fun, right? I'm going to do one with a night helm for, because I'm going to do a split night helm, like the T style, I think. And his nose is going to be out of it, I think is what I'm going to do for it. Or he might have a beaked version. I haven't decided yet. And that'll be for Mythic Bastion Lands coming up. But yeah, Mitsa Pizza. Because if you Mitsa, you Pizza. That's where it came from. Hey, it worked. I said Mitsa Pizza and I brought up the merch. Awesome. It's supposed to be automated like that. When I say it, it's supposed to bring it up once an hour. Finally worked. Thanks. Yeah, it's fun, dude. It's a good memory. I'd like to see a bunch of people at conventions with it, walking around Mitsa Pizza stuff, so people understand the mechanic of how the game works. Because almost every game is Mitsa Pizza. Almost everyone. So we have character traits, extra dice modifiers, roll dice. Awesome. Big fan of those. I love these weapons. They're not used enough. Resolve the situations. There's a breakdown. I'm quick scrolling through these things because, like I said, we're not going to read it all. This is a big book. Special actions, trait rolls. What's this? Specific character trait rolls used. These rolls often appear on domain cards. Presence roll, agility roll, 12. If there's a number in parentheses after that trait, that is the difficulty you must meet to succeed on the roll. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Damage rolls. 415 pages, dude. 415 pages. And They give you all the cards to like quickly, you can print these without art to make it easier to print that are abilities. They also have a full printed deck that's really nice as well. And then their character sheets are individual character sheets, which is really nice. It has like your character sheet and then their sideboard sheet, which kind of teaches you what to do when you level. What font size is it? It doesn't say. I'm going to guess if I put this at 100%, that's 100%. I'm guessing 10. Because that's 100%. Like PDF reader. I'm guessing it's 10-point font, roughly. Paizo was 10.5 because 10's too small. I don't know. Is there a quick way to look at that? I don't know if there's a quick way to do it. But 10.5 is my guess. That would be my guess. Proficiency, oh yeah, Jay, in this one, proficiency adds dice. So as you rank up, like we saw in the sheets here, when you, for example, increase your proficiency by 1, that adds 1 more die to damage. So you could be a really good damage dealer if you want, and it's your choice. It took all the good stuff from like, I mean, their reference sheet of all the different things is insane. So here's your damage dice, what you roll, damage dice used. I wonder how crits work. Did I scroll past criticals? Tag team actions, this is cool. Once per session, each player can choose to spend 3 hope and initiate a tag team roll between their characters and another PC. When you do, you work with the other character player to describe how you combine your actions in a unique and more exciting way. You both make separate action rolls, but before resolving the roll's outcome, choose one of the rolls to apply for both of your results. On a roll with hope, the PCs involved gain hope. On a roll with fear, the GM gains a fear for each PC involved. Tag team rolls are especially powerful. On attack rolls, when you and your partner succeed in a tag team attack, you both roll damage and add the totals together to determine the damage dealt. If the attack deals different damage types, physical or magical, choose which type is dealt. So you can like add together to do stuff. Really fucking cool. Ask Adobe's AI. Can I do that? Where's the AI at? Hold on. I will. We are going to do that. I have it off because I don't like it at the bottom of the screen the whole time. Where do I turn that back on? Where is the AI option? I don't see it. I don't see it. Split the page in percent. I don't know where it is. I would love to, but I don't have it. I have it turned off. I can convert it. I can e-sign. I can edit. It's locked though. Is the AI in here? Quickly understand documents. That's just to quickly understand it. I want the box that you search down at the bottom. Now let me click this. Here. What font size? What font size is the text in this doc? Sorry, can't do it. 100 MB or less. So worthless. It's worthless. Anyway. That tag team thing is cool. Damage rolls, damage with modifiers. Critical, here's your critical. How does critical work? Your attack roll critically succeeds. Your attack deals extra damage. Start with the highest possible value. The damage dice can roll and then make a damage roll as usual, adding it to that value. So you get a max and a roll. Hey, how you doing? Looking through the new Daggerheart. It's got a lot of Final Fantasy vibes to it. I'm guessing it's 10. I mean, I could do it if I edit it, but I'm not going to do it live on screen. As I'd have to go into the tools, do edit, and I probably could pull it up and figure it out. It's just so itty bitty, right? Multiple source of damage, calculating damage. This is all pretty cool. Okay. Battles, domain cards and how they work. Pretty cool. Great. This art is fucking fantastic. Conditions. Okay. Ooh. When out of sight from all foes, they don't know who you are. You gain the hidden condition. While hidden, any rolls against you have disadvantage after advisory and moves where they could see moving into the line of sight. Take damage. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's AI assistant. Yeah, I see that, Jay. But it doesn't. I don't like it. It's too big. It's too big. It can't do it. Oh, I see. You said that before. Gotcha. All right. All right. Well, give me 1 sec. I'm going to grab some more coffee since this is a big doc, and I will be right back. I'm just going to leave this up. What do I want to put up for you guys to watch while I'm doing this? I just want to grab coffee real quick from downstairs. Pizza. What else do I have here? Let's see if we can... Let's go back to Criticalroll and see if he's got anything I can play for you guys. So I can quickly grab coffee and come back. I don't see any other Daggerheart stuff. Let's leave the music playing. We're good. We'll leave this on, and I'll pull this back up for maps and range, because I want to talk about this for a minute. All right, I'll be right back. Whoops. Give me... back. I'm not trying to bait you. I decided no beer. It's late. Or sorry, no coffee. Switch to beer. So moves and ranges. You can play Daggerheart using any of the theater mind maps and miniatures. So he talked about the ranges here. He talked about the measuring. I want to see if they put it in here. Looks like they didn't. Okay, that was just his reference for people to understand when they recorded the video. Okay, that doesn't make me as annoyed. So 5 to 10 feet, 2 to 3 inches. So they're giving you 3 versions of measurement. I think they should have broke it between theater of the mind, tactical, theater of the mind, general, and tactical. That's what I think it should be. But battle map, they kind of say battle map there. So they break it down. So this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Pretty cool. Using ranges. And they're right here. They have the defined ranges here. So this is what everyone's going to look for who is playing D&D 5e. Because they're used to this style of game. So this is going to be that. All right, cool. All right, let's move on. Movement. Moving close. Moving far. Moving as your primary. So big breakdown. Gold, how it stacks. Dude, this is if you're picking this game as your core, this is everything in one book. Exactly. Yeah, social, investigative, and tactical. Yeah, that's good ways to break it down, especially for yours. There's a lot of investigation in that game. This is cool. Short and long rest. They kept them. Man, I don't know. I think this is one of those games where you add the rules as you need it for the scenes you're in. I really do. Because at its core, you're rolling 2d12, meets a beats a, hope options. I think making a character is what I'm going to do here in a week or so. I'm going to kind of read through this more. What's a big one? This is something like your game group commits to it. And they go in. Like, I am pleasantly surprised by this book. You know what I mean? Pleasantly surprised. Refreshing features and downtime. So this is kind of cool too. So Pathfinder 2e. Pathfinder 2e, we've talked about this a lot. Made those 3 different modes of play, which was encounter, exploration, and downtime. I think that's what it is. But they didn't use the encounter, exploration, downtime. Explore and downtime, they didn't do enough with. And I'm hoping that people learn from it, and these guys are doing more with it. We've seen people do a little bit more with it, like Blades in the Dark uses it heavily. It's actually part of like the wrap-up session where you're teaching them a little bit of like a board game structure, and I'm hoping we see that here. I really am, because I think it's necessary to structure the mechanical aspects of a game so players can use it right. You know, like you're not arguing over things like this. So I love that they have a downtime section. I think this is important. I like that there's options for you to use in downtime. On page 105, we're gonna put that in my notes here. Super cool to see. Short rest, long rest, tend wounds, clear stress, repair armor. This is really clean. This is really clean. I don't think I'd have a problem at all. I'm interested in running this. I don't know when. I'm interested to see how it picks up. Pretty cool. Working on project and downtime, refreshing features and downtime, downtime consequences. Downtime allows for quiet scenes between characters, encouraging personal moments in the story, but the world doesn't stop. GM also takes actions during downtime. On a short rest, they gain a D4 fear. On a long rest, they gain a D4 plus the number of is genius. This literally stops your players from taking rest just arbitrarily. Fucking yes. The GM is getting something to move progression things in the background. If I wrote an adventure for this game, the very first sheet would be fear in combat, using fear in combat, using fear in downtime, and using fear in exploration. You know what I mean? Because that is awesome. I'm going to put this down as something that I think is really cool on page 105. The fact that you generate fear. So smart. This is something that every GM needs to it's like giving someone the okay to do something, that the idea is good. This is awesome. And this is something I already do with clocks in the background. If you've watched my ETHAUNTIA game for Wanted, I had 4 clocks moving in the background. That's how I was progressing story pieces as they did things. And anytime they took long bouts of downtime, I would move pies on the clocks. This is really smart. I like this. Once per session features. Some features say you can use them once per session. These features don't refresh during rest, but at the end of the session. How they handle death. This is one of the smartest things that they added. We've talked about this on other shows, but I think the death stuff is really cool. Deaths on page, what is this, 106? You got Blaze of Glory, avoid death, risk it all. This is a choice. You give the player the choice of how they want to go out. And then depending on the style of game you want to play, I could see if you're doing a Grimdark, Blaze of Glory, you could go out, but maybe it costs you hope. Or the party hope. Avoid death, maybe you just axe this out, and all that is available is Blaze of Glory or risk it all. But it's pretty cool. Roll your duality dice. If the hope is higher, your character stays on their feet and clears an amount of hit points or stress equal to the value of the hope die. Divide the hope die value between hit points and stress however you prefer. So you basically regenerate some shit. This is really cool. If you choose to avoid death, you might take a scar. Very cool. Resurrection is possible. Resurrect a dead character, though it is often long and difficult process. I can see you bringing in an NPC. I think making a character in this game would be pretty easy. And honestly, what I'm seeing here is really kind of what I wanted the Land of Eam to have. I feel like these actions feel more like a Land of Eam high fantasy Muppet thing. Maybe that's me. Additional rules, rounding up, always re-rolling dice. Whenever this feature allows you to roll a die, always take the new result. Incoming damage. So these are nice additional rules. The following rules apply to many aspects of the game. This is a great one sheet. I think this is something that GM should have printed. That would be my note to a GM. Print page 107, GMs. Yeah, Blaze of Glory is cool. It allows you to like not just like I'm fine with my death, but I want to go out in a dramatic, cinematic fashion. I agree. 100% agree. It's super fun. Players should print this. I'm going to put this too. Print page 108. Is this 2 pages or 1? 108 to GM players. I think that's fucking sweet. Leveling up. How to do it. This is very clean. A lot of this is included in the character sheet section here. I'm going to reorganize this so because I keep clicking them in the wrong order. There we go. They kind of teach you how to level up on these. Like the druid form has everything in it. All the different beast forms is great for the druid to have. They're a little more complex class. There's nothing wrong with that. Then they have your levels here and what you get. So your party achieves a milestone in a campaign. The GM will tell you if it's time to level. How often this happens up to the GM, the group's narrative preferences, but most groups play at least 3 sessions between levels, which I think is a general statement. You know, everyone's seen different XP things, but I don't really give XP out in anything but Shadow Dark because it's part of the mechanic for the game. And then, oh yeah, in Monte Cook games, it's part of the mechanic for the game. But if it's not, if it's like tracking kills and getting XP, I'm not doing that shit. Players try to go grind. It's not part of the story. It's not fun. And it teaches bad habits If you want a monster to be worth experience, the GM should say this monster is a big chunk of experience. It's a level. This dragon that's sweeping the valley, these golems that are crushing cities, whatever it may be, give you a milestone. That you want to tell them because it gives your players a goal. There's that transparency. You shouldn't hide that part as a GM, I don't think. Because if you want them to achieve the goal, fucking tell them the goal. It's that simple. So that's pretty cool. Your video game would tell you, be on the fucking right-hand side. So why not? Why not do it? So here's how you do it. At level 2, at level 5, and level 8, you get stuff for it. Encompasses level 1 only. Tier 2 encompasses 2 through 4. 3 is 5 through 7. 4 is 8 through 10. Great art again. Remember, you choose your advancement, but you can swap them during downtimes if you want a different ability, I think is what it is. Raising damage thresholds. You can raise your damage based on your level. When you go up, your damage thresholds go up. The way this works is if you take damage, let's go to a different class. Let's look at a different class. Let's go to the Guardian. You get damage thresholds here, and it tells you how much you start with. Mark 1 HP if you take minor damage. These boxes are trace around, but your level adds to your hit points, if I remember correctly, and your class gives you some as well. And if you ever take 1 hit point, you mark it. If you ever take 2, you mark this. They kind of have like an increase. It's really clean. I 100% agree, Servingans. Sometimes people just need to know what the purpose is. Yeah, they didn't write it. You did. You, as the GM, wrote the concept or designed the concept with the group, and you should be telling them what to do. This is your goal. So they know the goal. If you give them a goal, players don't meander, right? I try to do that with my cast before show. I don't always do it right. I've been writing at the top of my sheet goals in my thing, so I know what to tell players, especially after aftermath notes. I need to do another note-taking recording. So anyway, you raise damage thresholds, how they go up. So you know, there is a Nexus build as well if you want an easier way to be able to build them. So if you're interested in picking this up, I would say for the extra $10, pick up the Nexus version as well so you can build characters there. I didn't. This was a copy that I got to look through. I picked it up though. I just didn't pick up the Nexus one. Weapons, really clean line. Name, trait, range, damage, burden, feature. I like the burden part. That's a great word for this. Name, trait, range, damage. Damage is how deadly your weapon is against an adversary you face. When a weapon's damage lists a type of die, such as D8, you roll that to determine the damage deal. Gotcha. Physical, I'm assuming, is you're adding... Is that physical damage? Or proficiency? Is that abbreviation for proficiency? Oh, no, it's damage type is physical. That's what it is. Physical, magic. I see. Burden, if there's a problem, how many hands it takes to wield, or if there's any other problems. Armor, base thresholds is 7 and 15. Oh, I didn't realize that armor had thresholds. Armor's base damage thresholds represent the long-term protection your armor provides and determine your damage thresholds before any bonuses from other features. When recording your character's damage thresholds in a damage and health section of your character sheet, you always add your character's level to those values. For example, if you have a level 1 character, your thresholds are 7 and 15, they become 8 and 16. Does that... When your damage takes threshold, do they take damage? Is that what this is for? Oh, I bet you that's what it is. When you take the thresholds, I bet you this eventually breaks your armor. Okay. Well, no, they have it for 2. So they have this here for your hit points, and then they have your armor. Right? So this base damage thresholds represent a long term. So base thresholds is 7 and 15. That's not your hit points. That's armor. That's what that is. The thresholds aren't hit points. I was doing this wrong. So if you have an 8, 16, this tells you, well, it's 8 or less, you take 1 hit point. If it's 16 or less, you take 16, you take 2. If it's over that, you take 3. Oh my god. I'm a fucking moron. And is this how many hits it can take? An armor's base score represents the short-term protection it provides and how many armor slots you can mark before any bonuses from other features. For example, if an armor's base score is 4, you have 4 available armor slots you can mark. Your character's armor score, with all the bonuses included, can never exceed 12. Once you add all the bonuses to the armor's base score, the final total is referred to as your character's armor score. So when your character takes damage, you can negate some of or all the damage by making an armor slot. So off of it by marking an armor slot next to the large armor shield on your character sheet. Reducing the severity of the damage by 1 threshold, severe to major, major to minor, minor to nothing. Each time your character takes a damage, you can only mark 1 armor slot, as long as you have one available. Once all armor slots are marked, your character cannot... Oh. So it gives you your base threshold, right? But it also can only take so many hits. So if it's a 3, you can be like, oh, I took a major, I want to knock that down to a minor and take 1 hit point. Mark. I want to mark it down 2, 1, 1. And you're letting it take the blow. This is clean. I actually really enjoy this in theory. I had to try it. I need to try it. I like it in theory. This is really sweet. I mean, the concept's clean. Going unarmored does not give your character any bonuses or penalties, but while unarmored, they have an armor score of 0. Their major threshold is equal to a level, and their severe threshold is equal to twice a level. Okay. You can reflavor armor. As with weapons, classes, and domains, you can reflavor a character's armor to suit them. Okay, cool. Yeah, it was in the video. I just didn't... I missed it. I totally missed it. I was too hung up on his references for movement. Primary weapon tables. Oh. Nah. This brings me into Starfinder. Old Starfinder. I don't know about the new one. Where you have tier levels for weapons, and your weapons get better as you go up, and you're erasing and adding things, and I fucking don't like that. All right, before I complain, it looks like it's each one of the... How many are there here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so it's a D... Let's look at the broadsword, for example. So D8 plus 3 is the improved. You can get it at level tier 2. Normal is a D8. So all they're doing is... Okay, this isn't as bad. This is not as bad. You're just adding a little bonus. Because remember, in Starfinder, the original, again, I don't know about the new one that's using the PF2 engine, you had to erase your weapons and put new weapons in all the time. So this one, you're flavoring and just adding a little extra damage. I'm okay with this. It's a growth curve. I don't see any cost, though. Where's the gold cost? Maybe it's after. Maybe it's after. I do like the art at the bottom. Improve arcane gauntlets. I like the gauntlets and shit. That's cool. Tier 3. It also lets people who are not adding proficiency bonus to dice for damage still get extra damage. Okay, it's scalable. I get it. I love that they have firearms. You can not like it, but I like firearms in my game. Especially for a lot of the fantasy stuff that I run. I think it's fun. Ooh, that's dope looking. This is kind of, this is a little, oops, this is Spelljammery. Spelljammery right there, baby. Combat wheelchair. Why is this getting its own section? Didn't someone make the combat wheelchair for Critical Role when this whole dilemma came up? I do love that they're crediting people in line, though. I like that. Okay. Good luck rolling through snow, Home Slice. All right. Well, it is what it is. I know they did it because they probably had that happen for Critical Role, so they had to keep it in here. But I feel like this could have been gear. I guess it's gear. Yeah, I guess you have to do it if you're going to keep it. It's only 2 pages. I do love that they have some non-mechanicals. You can just ask me. You know that. You know me for years. I ask you about Final Fantasy Online. Same thing. I don't have time to learn that shit. 5 to 7, 8 to 10. Armor values. I love this art. This reminds me of the old blue equipment book from 2nd edition. I'm sure Jay remembers that. Tier 3. Some great looking armor. Great looking sketches. Forging. So here's loot. What I don't understand, there's no prices anywhere in here. How do you know what fucking shit cost? I'm curious as to where they explain this. Maybe tiers are just cost by tier? The Gnomish armor is the coolest armor in that book, where all your tools that you had in there were your armor bonus. I fucking loved that. Common, D12, 2D12. Common items might be at an abandoned camp or... Oh, cool. They put these into tables. A little bit of OSR feel. I dig this. I just don't know if I would run this or run the JRPG that came out. Ultima? What the fuck is it called? Fantasy Ultima? Ah, fuck. Why can't I remember it? Hold on. It's not Fantasy. Fabula Ultima. I would just probably run Fabula Ultima. You know, if I wanted a real... This here. This is what you need to look at. This is what you need. TTRPG, this is fucking amazing. My friend did the editing for this too. Here. They have a whole bunch of new stuff that's come out too. There you go. Anyway, different story. I love this. I like the loot chart. I love this spread. This is great. This reminds me of 3.0. I love this artwork. I love seeing it. Consumables. I like the D12 tables. They're keeping with the theme because that's the dice they have. It looks like they nixed the D20, which I'm fucking proud of them for doing. Darrington Press Critical Role. Thank you for nixing the D20 for a system that's based on D12s. You're not making me roll a D20. I love that. Thank you for not, like, doing both. Because originally they were doing both. Watch, I say that, I'm probably gonna get boned later. Sure, I'm sure, but like if the players want to buy gear when they're in town and do shopping, there has to be something from it. Like here's a good example of play. I'm gonna mark this too. I love examples of play. I think the Mythic Bastion lands did the best version right now. Example of play, it's page 134. Okay. I'm not going to read this out loud, but this is something people should look at. What else? Oh, great art. Questions for the GMs to consider. Very smart. Great art again. Chapter 3, running an adventure. This is important, teaching them how to do this. Again, great art. This is obviously painted from realistic reference, but so cool. GM principles, begin and end with fiction. Collaborate at all times, especially during conflict. 100% agree. Fill the world with life, wonder, and danger. Ask questions and incorporate them into answers. Make every role important. This is something that I think OSR teaches really well. Play to find out what happens. Hold on gently. Improvisational storytelling isn't always perfect, and that's okay. Hold on gently in the fiction, enough so that you don't lose the pieces that matter. This is a great little preference on what it is, right? Practices. Grounding the world motive. So this is like really teaching the pitfalls, what to avoid, what to do. Awesome art. This is huge. This is something that I try to teach every GM. Over planning, hoarding fear. You want them to spend the resources you're giving yourself. You don't want them to overplan. You want them to have enough to run the story. I believe in aftermath notes. And I also believe in, I plan like a rough story arc, a 3-session story arc, and a 1. And then I only plan the next session based on the actions from the players, because I want the players to be driving the story. I may give them goals and process to go through to the set pieces I have made, but how they get there, what they do, or if they were gonna go in a totally different direction, I want them to choose that. Professor DM talks a lot about only prepping the next session, and I actually really believe in that a lot. I only prepare my overall idea in the beginning, and then everything is session to session for me, because you want to live in the moment. Maybe I'll have some moving clocks in the background. Making GM rolls, making moves. So what's this? Just like other players have moves in the games during the game, you also have GM moves. Oh, I didn't know that they did this. This is awesome. Is there cards for this for them? Hold on. Hold on. GM. Making moves. Page 149. Cool concept. When to make a move. What are your moves? Roll fear on action. Fails an action roll. When to make a move. Knowing when to make a move and when the moves come from. So this is from Dungeon World and from Apocalypse World. Significant part of learning the GM Daggerheart, the frequency and severity of these moves depend on the type of story you're telling, the actions your players take. I hope they have like a template for different styles of play. Grim, dark, fantasy when we scroll through here. Very cool. Give them the golden opportunity. How to choose a move. Critical success. Success with hope. Success with fear. Failure with hope. This is a really good sway. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 versions of success. I like that. They have a quick reference here. I'm going to put a note. Print quick reference resolving action rolls, page 150. I think that's pretty cool. Very fun that they are adding this stuff for you. Maybe there's a cheat sheet at the end too. I haven't even looked. Great art again. Soft and hard moves. This is from Dungeon World, the concepts of soft. Here's example moves. They're giving you pan back. They're having you pan back and tell how the world reacts to things that they're doing. Great way to open a session. Great way to do that. You know, scryers, pages. They interact, flying over the city, whatever their actions matter. It shows consequences of their action. Forces the group to split up. I don't have a problem with split party stuff. I actually really enjoy it. I scale to the party that is split. Or make it so dangerous they know they got to retreat to the other party. Spotlighted adversary. This is great. How to do fear. Tracking fear. Very cool. I have so many coins over here. Tracking fear for me would make me very happy. So I can put them in front of me. I love these. I like coins for tracking stuff. I like the sound. Good fidget bits. Improvising fear moves. This is a really good like how-to. Really is. Here's the setting the roll difficulty. This is what I was looking for. Great art. Love that it comes out of the panel. I love that they didn't rack too, actually. I love that they did a block. Easy, hard, average. So you gotta remember you're rolling 2d12 plus a bonus. So 5 is really easy. 30 is nearly impossible because you need 24 and you need a +6 bonus to hit that bitch. Very cool. Great chart. This is another one. This is another difficulty chart print. 158. Print that bitch. That's your best friend. 158, 159. We mark this 158 through 159. Gaining advantage, disadvantage. Anytime it seems appropriate in the bounds of narrative, you can give a player advantage or disadvantage on the roll. I don't think anyone's ever going to... This is going to stay around forever now. This is like the new design. It's to especially players the chance to succeed, basically. Wait, what? Wait a minute. What's this? Is the GM side of the game fucking D20 rolls? Is that what I'm seeing? Why? Why? So I'm running 5e? Well, I'm gonna get rid of that clip of shit that I made. God damn it, man. So is it two different fucking DC charts? Oh, they're giving them 2d12 to make them feel more heroic, but your monsters are rolling a d20, and I'm assuming their bonuses are higher. Did I miss where they spoke about this? Why am I not just rolling 2d12? I hate this. In theory. Why wouldn't you let me use the new mechanic? Why are you making me run whatever? Is this so they can carry over GMs easier? Is this for easy adoption? Adversaries aren't limited to attacks and unique actions and stat blocks. Those represented their special abilities. You do almost anything a PC would do, picking, lock, climbing, however. Other than the attack rolls described in the next section, adversaries don't typically make action rolls. When an adversary's action to have a chance or failure, you can offer the PCs the opportunity to make a reaction roll, or otherwise respond in situation. This highlights the agency of the players to keep the focus on them. So basically like MCGM for Cypher System, GM doesn't roll. For example, when a Kraken attacks a party's boat to throw them in the sea, you might have the PCs all make strength or agility rolls to see if they're able to keep themselves from falling overboard. For dramatic effect, or tasks, or difficult tasks the PCs can't influence, you might want to roll to see if the adversary succeeds. To do so, spend a fear to utilize the relevant experience the adversaries might have and roll a d20. These rolls are more interesting if you tell the players the difficulty and roll where they can see. I agree with all that, but this is disappointing. Hold on. Bad. I don't like it. At all. Fucking at all. I am fine when the GM and the players have a different system. The GM system should be easier. But negating a D12 and making me roll a D20 is not fucking... It doesn't make sense. Like, even if I just ignore the hope and fear as a GM and roll 2D12 to keep the same numbers, great. Or maybe adversaries roll 2d12 because they can give hope to people by fucking up. I don't fucking know. I like countdown dies. This is cool. And now, man, my whole taste of this game just got tainted. Countdown dies are great. I use them all the time. Dynamic ones. We've seen this. It's really just a playbook of everything I've ever seen for this part for GMs, which is really smart. Chase countdowns, that's new. I like that. I like those chase cam mechanics. Long-term countdowns. Why are they just calling them clocks? They're calling them countdowns, but they're fucking clocks. It's 4 to 12. It's the same thing as the other one. Maybe there's a copyright on clocks. I doubt it. Example countdown tracker. 8. The deal is struck with Marius Company mobilizes. 7. Marius Company raids border town. 6. Oh, this is going down to 0. I don't know why you wouldn't do count up, where actions are adding up to a full clock. Well, theirs goes down. Maybe, Nick, but all you do instead is balance your monsters with less bonuses. There's no reason to make me roll a d20. They're doing it so you don't do math. I just don't agree with it. Just take the dice out then. They basically said that the dice are barely fucking used for the GM. Gold equipment loot is what I was looking for. What's the point of gold if they can't spend it because there's no pricing? Choosing the starting weapons and remainder of the equipment is organized in rarity and should be available to players. The journeys, for example, you can stock a few options in shops along PC's journeys. Maybe they have a price in here for the GM. You can raise price of weapons and armor with unique magical qualities. Do you give me a fucking guideline? Here we go. It's in handfuls and shit. Look, so it's one tier. It's right here. Tier 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 to 5 handfuls, 1 to 2 bags, 5 to 10 bags, 1 to 2 chests. It's up to you for your players how much importance you want to take in gold. I want to delete this and re-highlight it. It's up to you. Players might separate a band of thieves. I just want to know how much is in a bag. Like, if you don't give me an idea, like if I tell you there's 3 bags of gold, 2 handfuls of gold, so am I tracking handfuls, bags, and chests? Is that on the character sheet? Let's see. We'll answer our own question. Gold, handfuls, bags, chests. That's how you track it. 3 handfuls of gold. Okay. I mean, that's basically copper, silver, and gold, if you want to think about it that way. Running NPC GMs, choosing NPC statistics. The vagueness is being vague. I mean, Blades in the Dark is just coin bags. Like, that's how they do it. And you put them in your vault. You can only carry so much on you. I'm okay with it. Gold gets... No one tracks it properly anyway, man. NPC features... Pretty cool. Love the patterns on this. It looks so good. Fall inclusion damage. So these are all your things. Safety tools. Some of the simplification. Well, so I hate shopping in games. I think it's boring. But just saying, hey, yeah, it's 2 handfuls of gold. It's a lot easier than tracking the minutia. I'm okay with it. I actually don't have a problem with it. I just didn't. I wish the vagueness was explained. It's roughly 10 gold, but they're not doing that because they don't want to be like, well, this gold pouch has 10. As anything that's below a handful of gold doesn't matter. Let's be real. How often do you track shit in a game? That's what they're saying. And I'm sure in all the text they explain that. CATS? One of the many frameworks for discussing content safety is CATS method. I'm scrolling through all this. This is up to your table. It's not up to me. I think that tone, theme, and style of gameplay is set by the GM. If your party is your party you play with all the time, you know things that they don't like in games. Maybe they don't like children getting murdered in a fictional fashion. They don't like when people are getting robbed. Maybe they don't like political stuff. Whatever it is, that's your home game. At a convention, you have to worry about it a little more. I usually do the rating. G to NC-17, depending on what's at the table. If there's a kid, it's PG-13. I start with that. But this is for your table. This is just teaching you how. I don't think you need to do it at every table. I don't. I don't think it makes sense for every fucking table. This breakdown is just intense. This is a lot of pages. Cats 40, break 10. I like the breaks. Taking breaks. I don't take breaks, but I realize players need them. Thinking in beats. I like all that stuff. Pairing combat encounters. This is sweet. They really like their horns, man. I feel like I see more horned characters than anything else in here. Ooh, Cyclopean. Conflict. He looks like Tarek from League of Legends. He's in conflict, social conflict. We're only halfway through this book. Jesus Christ. Using downtime. I love that they are pointing this out. I feel like this is just a fucking book. Running a one-shot. Love that they're teaching you how to run a one-shot. I think every system has a different way to run a one-shot. Very smart. Key to getting people in. And they basically Mad Libs this bitch. Look at that. Awesome. Awesome Mad Lib. They set their fan base. They made their fan base. But I also think that it's there if you want it. You don't have to use it. It's not a requirement. Every table's different. Running a campaign. Like, I know some people who can't handle having, like, body dysmorphia because it bothers them too much and stuff like that. And that's fine. Go find a game for that. Like, you should. I'm not saying they're not real. I'm just saying that you should talk to your table. They're just giving you a guideline for people who don't know how to talk to their table. That's all it's for. And if your table likes it, fucking do it. Who gives a shit? This is huge. Incorporating backstories. More great art. I like the like feather leaf onto that's fucking dope looking. Tying backstories together. This is something that's never taught. Super important. Planning a story arc. Yes. GM section is good. If not great. I'll need to test it though. I can tell you Cyberpunk does the beats 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very cool. Actions, long form play. Oh, they do what I do. Arc 1, Arc 2, Arc 3, 3 sessions, 4 sessions. This makes me happy. This is how I construct arcs as well. I love that they're teaching how to construct an arc. This is Criticalroll. Darrington Press's their publishing company. This is their new system. Good question. Sorry about that. I'm going to record an overview of this in like just a minute. I'm just scrolling through these last group of pages. That, you're dead. Look at this. Anyone seen Vinland Saga? Chapter 4, Adversaries Environment. So this is teaching you how to make them. This is what I was looking for. Standard tier 1, nice stat block. Really clean, really small, not crazy. For tier 1, they have their abilities. You roll a d20, and you would add their experience as a thief. So you'd do a d20 plus 2, and it would cost you a fear to use this ability. And they have some passive stuff, but like, why am I not just rolling 2d20 plus 2, right? Or 2d12. Why am I doing d20s? What's the fucking point? Why? But I like the stat block. I know Nick and I talk about stat blocks a lot. Like how to read them, what's there. They broke down the adversary types. This very much is the 4th edition style. I'm going to mark this. I like this as well. Fourth edition, one of their best things was honestly their monster book. It's one of the best things they did. Experiences, difficulty, okay, cool. You make up experiences for them, awesome. Adversary action, standard, unique, others. So it sounds like you're making an action and your players are rolling against the action you make, and most of the time you're not even rolling. That's how I'm reading this. Right? Fear features, summoning feature. Ooh, summoning features, spotlight features. Awesome art again. The art just makes you want to play this fucking game. Choosing Adversaries Battle Guide. This guide will help you roughly balance encounters just using battle points. 3 times number of PCs in combat +2. For example, if you have a party of 3 PCs, you have 11 battle points to spend. If you have a party of 5, you have 17 battle points to spend. Keep in mind that you might need to adjust the calculation as you become more acquainted with your party and their power level, based on how much you fucked it up by giving them stuff. That's just the truth. Anytime a game tells you, once you know what your party's like, you can adjust it for your gameplay needs. Why? Because you gave them a Rod of Lordly Might at level 1. That's the shit. That's what they're saying. I like that they broke down how to do it. So like, here's a Minotaur Wrecker, tier 2 bruiser, massive bull-headed furball with a quick temper. Modes and tactics: consume, gore, navigate, power, pursue. Love that. Difficulty, there are 16. Their thresholds are 14, 27. So this is for the player's information. They have 7 hit points, 5 stress, attack 2, battle axe very close, so they have to be on top of you. 2d8 plus 5 physical. Experience, navigation +2. I love that this is bolded like in boxes in white. I think that's a great design choice. Ramp up passive. You must spend a fear to spotlight the Minotaur. While spotlighted, they can make their standard attack against all targets within range. Okay, charging bull action. Mark as stress. Charge through a group within close range and make an attack against all targets in the Minotaur's path. Targets the Minotaur succeeds against take 2d8 plus 8 physical damage and are knocked back very far range. If the target is knocked into a solid object or another, they take an extra d6 damage. Cool. Combine the damage. Cool. Gore action. Make an attack against a target within very close range. Move the Minotaur within melee range for them. On success, deal 2d8 physical damage. So I guess my question with this becomes, am I rolling to hit or are they rolling to defend? If I want to do a very close battle axe, do I spend a fear and I got to roll d20 and I have to beat their evasion, which might be like a 14, and I get a +2? We'll see. I like the horde rules. I know what I'm saying in my wrap-up. 100% know what I'm saying in my wrap-up. Skulks. We're scrolls a little faster. Solos. So let's look at a solo. Malefacted Giant. They're a tier 2 solo. Same things. Collect secrets. This moves and motives things. Motives and tactics is really smart. Behold the end. Passive. PCs would make an action roll that would affect the giant. They must make a knowledge reaction roll. On failure, the PC loses hope because they take it from you. Cool. Play Gauntlet. I like the stat block. Improvising Adversaries. Oh, this is really cool. This is a must print. I have something from Sly Flourish back in the day where he put out how to improvise. I don't know. That's a good question, Kyle. There is a sample battle. I don't know. I'm going to look for one. Page, and I want it from the GM's point of view. So, Improvise Adversaries, page 208. That's a must print. I love that. Stat blocks, hyperlinked? Oh, you fuckers. Why is this not hyperlinked? Boo! Please hyperlink by tier. What page is this? Non-hyperlinked section 209. That should be hyperlinked. As a GM, I want my monsters hyperlinked. So we're going to scroll through this really quick because this is just art. We're just going to kind of page through. Cool art. All these are great. I love this. That's great. Slime. They put the what the names of them are next to the monsters. They didn't do it for every creature though. Skeletons are great. Love those. I love skeletons. Are these abominations or zombies? Zombies? Oh, those are awesome looking. That's cool looking. Master Assassin with glowing eyes. Hello, Battlebox, aka Hellraiser Cube. Demonic Hounds. Those are very good. Very good art. That's cool looking. Is most of this book monsters? Holy shit, everybody. That's a good chunk of monsters. They have environmental types. Adapting them, what to do with them, all that jazz. Let me scroll down. More environmental types by tier. I like the environmental types by tier. I think that's really cool. So what's this? Here we go. Okay, campaign frames. That's what they call them. Campaign frames. Teaching you stuff. I like this. $253. I might have to record my actual recording for this off air. I don't know if I can do this in one take because I don't understand the game well enough to be happy with it. I might have to take a week and look over this book, I think. I really wanted to record it today, but I don't think it's feasible. Like all the principles, there's just so much. I'd almost have to do this book in sections. Fuck me. I don't know how I did that. What is this shit? Hold on. What page is frameworks? I'm just going back to it. What did I say it was? 253. So let's pitch campaign, provide the foundations, character guide, all that shit. Great. The Witherwild. This is a section. This is the same problem I had with Monte Cook Games when they put out all their worlds. They felt really generic. I want like a specific, I want an actual campaign. Like I want a setting that's got some fucking style to it. Not this simplistic shit. For me. GM principles. Great battle scene. Love this draw up to it. This is gorgeous. Great pencil work. I wonder if the art director said, hey, I want this in pencil, or they just got it in pencil like, yo, that's good enough. And I think the pencil is also supposed to evoke you making the story and painting the coloring. Beast Feast. So these are all like different frames. This is smart. I like these little frameworks for you to like learn how to do stuff. Like making a feast, what you're doing, the ingredient generator. Hello. This is cool. You know I like this. Ingredient generator. What is this? Page 270, 278? Love it. I just want to get to these frameworks and just kind of see. Age of Umbra. This is another one of the frameworks you can play in. Complexity rating is 3. I like these breakdowns. I'm probably going to use this as a sample piece. The Age of Umbra. I might be able to fucking do this today. I have a pretty good first impression. I might do a deep dive because I feel like this game deserves a deep dive, and I think a lot of people are going to be playing this. I really do. Am I going to design stuff for it? I don't know. Maybe adventures in the future. I need to get some time in with it. Motherboard. Magic takes form. Technology. Okay. Nice little generic set pieces. Scrap categories. What's this? What is this? Nick, look at this. This is cool. It's almost like a language. Smart. This is awesome. Huh. That's cool. This has got some... Maybe these are a little more detailed than I thought, but they're not. Still, I want a campaign setting. But these are great starting points for a 400-page book. Colossals? Oh, look, we all know I love me some kaiju, everybody. Right? I like kaiju. And this, my friends, is a kaiju setting, and you know this is what I would run. Right? This is what I would run. Out of all of them, the Colossal section is what I would run. Facing down these things. Monster Hunter vibes. Monster Hunter is such a great game. What is this? Oh! If you like to use maps and minis to help you and your players maintain their spatial awareness of Colossal Fight, you're struggling how to represent. Holy fuck. I have to reference this. This is a nice level of genius. Colossus map. This is really cool. Smart play. So this section contains information and reference sheets. So this is all the domain stuff. The blade domains. Okay. So I want to fast through these because we have these in cards. Is that art? I just want to see the art. Dope art again. Dope art again. And then your character sheets are in the back of the book. So, oh, here we go. Here we go. What is this? Is this Devin Ruse? This looks like Devin Ruse art. So here's the modules. Check this out, everybody. So you got the Ranger Companion, right? But you got the motherboard module. And everybody gets these motherboard things that you can augment and put in. And scraps you collect. And what is this? This is the capital city of Barrow, the K's. These are the things they want you to mark on the map where they are. Good 2-page spread. Great isometric-y looking world. This looks like Devin Ruse art. Top of the world decipher. That's a cool art piece to use. The Wither Wild. And then they kind of have it broken down. The banner's burning. The Beast Feast. Okay. I'm going to eat my words. People are saying this is generic, but looking at this is a great starting point for any group to play. This is even a coloring book. Just fucking color this in, guys. Do multiply and Photoshop and paint over this. So Age of Umbra. This is more of Motherboard. Colossus of the Drylands. Is this 2-page spreads? Hold on, we're going to check something here. Oh, wait. Hyperlinks. Index is hyperlinked. I want to see something, though. We're going to go to 2-page spreads real quick here. There you go. There's the maps. Blank, blank. Witherlands, 5 Burning Banners, Beast Feast, Age of Umbra, Motherboard, Colossus of the Drylands. All right, I think I can do this. I was looking for a sample of play, though. I don't like what I'm seeing on the GM side of things. Oh, they put all the actual card art in the back of this book if you want non-print ready. Well, there, I can eat my own words. Here they are. They're all right here. All in the back of the book. Every piece of the art. Done. Pretty cool. All right. I really would like a sample of play, Kyle. I agree with you on that wholeheartedly. I feel like it's missing. I'm going to see if I can do this in 15 minutes. I'm going to see if I can do this in 15 minutes. This is going to be a quick overview what's there, what I'm doing, my points of view, how big the book is, what's involved. I want a very basic overview of this. We need music. We need the right music for this. What's a good playlist for this? Yeah, let's look at, you're right. Let's see if that sample of play is it. You are correct. There was a little sample of play. I marked it here for important page section. Let me just fix this. On here, fix it one more thing. All right, let's see here. Why is this a different font size? I want this to be 15 still. All right. I don't know exactly how I feel about all of this, but I know my intention behind it. Did I mark it? Example play is 134. I did do it. All right. Party, their GM starts doing 5 fear. How many pages is this? 2? Let's do this. Whitecrest Tower is built. I just wonder what combat is. Who's the GM? Stella? Okay, that's the lines I'm looking for. Stella. Stella. I'm highlighting your shit, girl. Stella. Stella. God damn it. Highlight. Why are you being a bitch? There we go. Stella. Stella. I just want to look at the GM stuff. That's why I'm doing this. I think it makes sense. Also, really weirdly centered. Oh yeah, because this is probably the print one. It's absolutely not hard to find some goats tromping around the area. Give me an instinct roll, difficulty 12. So they're making them roll for questions, and this is something of value, so they're making them roll. They roll a duality dice. They should just call it double D. Adds 2 tokens to represent their instincts of +2. Why are you adding tokens? What the fuck are tokens? Why do I need to roll duality dice and put tokens on the table? Like, I'm just saying I got +2. Wouldn't that be easier? I guess they roll 7 on the hope die, 4 on the fear die. I don't think that makes sense. I'm making notes in my thing again. How in the fuck, with their 2 tokens, the final result is a 13. Great. They're adding tokens. I don't understand that. That's ridiculous. Just say you have +2. The food disappears in an instant. The goat starts scaling mountains. I'm going to set it at 3 of 5. What's the next move you make to scale the mountain? Agility roll. This is all on the GM, on the player side. I want an encounter. Takes a fear token. So here we go. A 12 is not going to do it. You make your way through the outer courtyard of the fortress, passing rusted swords, decaying wood emplacements, and rubble from the collapsing stone structure. You take a turn into the end of the courtyard. Just keep ahead of you when you hear rotting and the sounds of steel on stone. All around you, skeletons lying in the snow begin assembling, stacking themselves into moving figures, wielding rusted swords and bones that shouldn't work. but do. Since you rolled a failure with fear, this opening move is going to be a big one. So I spend fear to make a group attack. All 4 or smaller skeletons surround Lavili, hacking and stabbing her with rusted blades. So that makes 1 attack with a group of skeletons. According to the rest of the group attack action, she rolls d20. Yes, you have to fucking roll. Ugh. Why? So I bet you if you spent an extra fear, you could roll with advantage to make it more likely. That is disappointing. All right. I'm going to quick bio, and I'm recording this. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna play... What's my favorite? Probably Oblivion. All right. I'm going to pause this music. We're going to play this one. We're going to do this. I'm going to record my first impression real quick. I'm going to do it in one take, just like always. Start recording. Let's have Chrome up. Oops, I didn't mean to go starting soon. I'm sorry. Fool me. I didn't mean to go starting soon. It's going to be this. The ad. I'm going to refresh these videos. I'm not going to play them. Just so we have them here. And we'll go here. Also want Daggerheart up. There we go. Okay. I'm going to start recording here. Done. Recording is starting. I'm going to start the music. 3, 2, 1. Music playing. I want the beat to drop. Hey everybody, we are here today to talk about one of the biggest releases of the year, I think, and that's going to be Daggerheart. There's a lot going on here in this gigantic, over 400-page book, hyperlinked front to back. And it's gorgeous. Darrington Press really knocked it out of the park with the look of this. I want to show you the things that are available in a quick review on what you can get, how to get it, where to get it, and some sections of the book that I really enjoy, along with some of my afterthoughts that I'm not so keen on, but maybe in play, I'll be happier. Warning, I played beta a few times, but I have not played the final few iterations of it, and it has changed. Just from scrolling through the book, there's a lot here. There's a whole bunch of this in my live stream you can find below. But for now, let me show you what is available. So this is obviously the cover to Daggerheart, but before we dive into the book, because I have pages saved, I want to show you what they offer on their webpage. And I wish all games that come out did this. I'm going to be doing something similar for Breachers, and I think everyone should do something similar as well. It just helps new people get adjusted to the game that you're trying to get them to play. So let's get rid of this. And bring up. So this is a Daggerheart page. It is masterfully crafted. Not everyone can do this, nor has enough stuff that this is needed, but it has like what class is calling you, what are you going to play, all this fun stuff. Up top here, you'll notice that there is their library, their game rules, the characters, the groups, but if you go to the next page, I've already pulled up Nexus, which is part of the package that you can buy, and this is their character creator. Very simple, very clean. I think it's like $10 more. You can get Nexus as well, which is from Demiplane. You build all your characters in here and store them, PDFs of your character sheets and all that kind of stuff as well. They're also going to be coming out with a card creator in the future. I'm super excited for this. To me, this is really important. This game revolves a lot around the cards to help you remind yourself what you do instead of filling your character sheet. You have a stack of like 3 to 6 cards of things that you use frequently, maybe more once you hit higher tiers. If you go into the Buy Now section, they show you all the areas you can pick it up. They break it down by where you live for regions if you want a physical copy. They have guild stores that are associated with them. Obviously, your major ones, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, and so on. But they also have their digital offerings. Demiplane from Nexus, Drive-Thru-RPG. Those are the 2 places you can pick them up, along with translations, and then ones I think they're going to be coming out in the future. You can subscribe for updates as well. But they did more than this. This isn't everything. They have a robust cast of people who've been playing Critical Role for fucking ever. We all know the voice actors that are on that show. We fell in love with them for that reason. So they've went through and made a series over on the Critical Role YouTube that you can get a hold of and watch that break down in this thing they're calling Get Your Sheet Together. Fun little trailer on that you should go watch. But they have Getting It Together, which is the whole idea of breaking down, making your character and how to do it and what it is, along with, you know, how to play the game. What is Daggerheart? How do the roles work? All the things you can do here. Very short and succinct. I think they're both under 8 minutes each. And they show you how to basically play the game on a really low level. So today I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to show you how to play the game. That's not why I'm here, right? That doesn't make any sense. But I do have a list of things I want to go over in the PDF, the things that I liked, and some final thoughts on what I think this game is doing and what I think is doing really well, and some things that I really kind of question, but maybe in play, my mind will be changed. So this is the 415-page book. First off, nuts to butts, front to back, inside and out. Art is gorgeous. There's no question. We're not going to go through it all. This art is top-notch. It is high fantasy. It feels like Chrono Trigger mixed with Final Fantasy in its own flavor. Like, they really did knock it out of the park with this. And I love the art overall. For those who don't know, this logo, it's a heart. Daggerheart. Daggerheart. See? Pretty sweet. A lot of people may not realize that. As a logo designer, I'm happy. They did a great job thanking everyone who's been involved, all the artists, everything that's here. I highlighted a bunch of stuff, and I have my own notes as well that I think I'm going to be going over for this. I'll show them at the end of the show as well, so you know where I'm pulling them from. This whole thing is hyperlinked. Hyperlink drink, for those who know, you know. Introduction's great. They break down the heart of the game. They really do go through the process of the things that we want. Their touchstones are huge. Their TTRPGs, you can see the pieces they pulled from. I think that is a boon and a bane in things. Like, there's some original thought in here, but a lot of it is just really taken from other games as inspiration. A lot of special appreciation, core mechanics overview, and sessions and campaigns and how to run them. The GM section in here is really good. It is a solid GM piece. Overall, this game uses what they call the duality dice. Look, I love the D12. The D12 is the bastard child that everybody really wanted. And I love rolling them. I like how they feel. I like what they do. They use 2 of them, very similar to the Fantasy Flight games Star Wars narrative system, where you're getting good and bad things that happen based on the 2 color D12s that you're rolling. I think that mechanic is awesome. I think it makes great narrative story for both the players and the GM. But there's some stuff on the GM side that I'm not sure about when it comes to dice rolling, and it's mostly if I like how it works. But they break down this book exceptionally well. They break down all their chapters, everywhere you can go, things that you should read over and how they function. They talk about what you need to play the games, the tokens for like your character models. They really teach you at a base level and build up from there, like every good book should. This player principles page is something that I think that everyone should read. If you play this game or another game, they talk about spotlighting. There's really no kind of like initiative order. It's pretty free flow. You can fall into an initiative tracker. They teach that. They have a lot of optional rules. But it's about spotlighting people and giving them all their actions to finish what they're doing and really create cinematic scenes instead of action and movement-based economy scenes that we see in pretty much most tabletop RPGs. I like it. It's great. I think they did fantastic with the Hope and Fear dice. And the character creation, we should talk about this too. On their website, they have their character sheets. These character sheets are all of the classes, and each one gets their own. It makes it really easy to build your characters. Everything is on this page that you need. How armor works is very inventive. The minor and major damage. Basically, your armor soaks so much, and then you either take 1, 2, or 3 hit points of damage, and your armor can only take so much damage before it goes away. I like that mechanic. I like this combination of the 6 stats mixed with what they do, which we see in Blades in the Dark. So agility is sprint, leap, and maneuver, while knowledge is recall, analyze, and comprehension, essentially. They talk about proficiency. Those add different dice bonuses. It's not 5e's proficiency. It's actually as you go up, which if we scroll down, you have different tiers that are by level. And these every class has the sheet, by the way. You can pick your proficiency bonus. Everyone you add adds a die type to your damage. So if you were a D6, it's 2d6, 3d6, 4d6 for every one. I like that. I think it's cool. And these sheets really do kind of give you everything you need when you're building your character. Speaking of building your character, the process is pretty cool. I like what they did. I think that character creation, this is pretty quick. I think you can build it fast. They have multiple class options called subclasses, which you're familiar with 5e, and they break down well, and all of these are hyperlinked in the book as well. So if you check these out, like the Bard's got 2, Druid's got 2, Guardian, Ranger, Rogue, Seraph, Sorcerer, there's a lot here. In any of these, if you click them, for example, we'll click this one, it will take you to the page and you can see the options and what is here for your warrior and the subclasses that are involved. I like that. I think that's great. They talk about the breakdown, step 1, step 2, choose your heritage, really broad selection of things that you can pick here. I mean, broad, like bigger than I was expecting. Everyone speaks a common language, and most people seem to know sign language in their settings. They want to kind of bring everybody in, which is cool. Assign character traits. They're all broken down differently. You assign, instead of having full stats that you see in 5e, you get some basic bonuses, and other things give these bonuses as well. Step 4, record additional character information. 5, choose your starting equipment, so on and so on and so on until you have a character. And then you get down to making choices, and you use cards for them. Now, look, I'm fine with the cards. I think the cards are cool. I think having them next to your character sheet's great. I think a lot of new players are going to enjoy it. And they even give you all of them in a print easy format. That's not all of the art. Now, during my live show, I was like, man, I really want the art here so I can quickly recognize them. Well, don't worry. If you go into here and you go to the very end of the book, they were kind enough to give you the sheets. And if we scroll up here, you're going to see that they give you all of your art pieces as well. So not only have you the character sheets in there, you're also going to have all the art if you want to print that version as well. It's not hard. It's there so you have it. They did something cool in here when we get into the campaign section. I think they call them, what did I have here? They call them forms, I think, frames of reference. And I like that. I think the frames are really good. They have separate sheets for them as well. We scroll up, there's a few pages that I want to go over that I think are kind of important to the game. So there's a lot here. Important pages, flow of the game is in here, 87 to 88. They give you a really good idea of what you're going to be getting into, how to handle the game. And I think that things like this make GMing a new game easier. It really does, because you know what you're getting into. So they talk about the flow, how the process works, the breakdown, everything. And this whole section, plus the GM section, lets a new GM really kind of pick up the slack and make Daggerheart their own, but play in this new frame, because this isn't a traditional game. It really is a merger of 13th Age, 5e, Blades in the Dark kind of married into this. And this brings me into some of the more questionable things. GMs don't roll 2d12. They roll a d20 like you do in D&D. And they add their bonuses, and you spend fear to take actions, which I love the economy for the fear stuff. I love Doom points and Tales of the Valiant. I like using experience points and rewarding them in the Cypher system games. I like that stuff. But why am I using a d20 instead of 2d12? I don't really understand that part. And it's something I want to play with to really get a grasp on. But for me, I want to roll the 2d12 as well as a GM. I guess you could supplement it. It wouldn't be too hard. I just have questions as to why. I would love to see an interview on why. Now, I will say, while I don't like that mechanic part, now that we're kind of out of the framing and building, they did do something really cool in 105. I love downtime actions. I think they play a big part of a game. And they broke down, not only did they break down downtime, your short rest, your long rest, the things that you can do. Check this out. In downtime, there are consequences. I, as a GM, would gain fear for you taking long rest and taking time. That means that when we go into the next part, I get to reload as well. I'm not starting on an empty tank when we go into a new scene. And really, these give you choices as a GM, but the players are aware that them taking time is a risk. It stops that, let's take a long rest every 5 seconds of a game. You know what I mean? And they break it down pretty well. We all know the death rules, but they have the 3 versions of them: Blaze of Glory, Avoid Death. All that stuff's really, really fun. Like, I enjoy that stuff. I feel like it gives player agency on death and make really epic moments. I think a lot of games should adopt this, to be honest with you. Next up is the example of play. You can see I highlighted stuff because I was trying to figure out, do I roll 2d12? Do I only roll a d20? And sadly, I found out I roll a d20, and I don't know how the math works, because if players are rolling 2d12, adding them together, high hope die gives me hope, high fear die gives the GM fear, and then I got a meets a beatsa, the DC. But if I'm rolling a d20 as a GM, and even if I spend an extra fear to maybe give myself an advantage and roll 2d20, the number's not the same. One's 2 to 24, while I'm 1 to 20. I can't even hit the DCs that are like 30 without really high bonuses. And looking through the monsters, I'm not sure how that's achievable. I'm sure there's a rule that I'm missing, but just let me roll these. That's all I'm saying. I hope there's an optional rule I missed in here. Maybe you know of one. If you know there's an optional rule, or maybe one of the other playtests did 2d12 for the GM, put it down below. I'd like to know, because I want to roll them too. I was so happy that they weren't going to be doing a d20 in this. I got excited. I was like, holy shit, they made their own system. But at the end of the day, it's still there. Anyway, they do have a really cool section on resolving actions and how to do it. There's a good print reference that you should take. And you take moves in this very similar to Apocalypse World or some Dungeon World, if you played that as well. And they talk about making moves, and they really break it down well, and the different things you do with the 5 degrees of that success and failure, because you're rolling a 2d12 as a player. Great job. They break it down. Again, amazing GM toolkit. They teach you how to run their game. On top of that, there are some things that aren't in... I don't want to flip through all these. I want you to look at the book on your own. But I have went through and made kind of a little cheat sheet for myself and just some general thoughts. So let's take a quick look at that, and maybe you'll get a little bit more of what I'm talking about here. So I love the 2d12. I think it's a great idea. It gives me that Star Wars narrative vibe. It gives me the dice mechanics. It gives me the, without having to have fancy dice, anyone can do it. The measuring distance is weird in this game, but once I read the book, the thing that Matt was saying in his video was just to give a visual of using the side of a card for short and using a pencil for whatever medium range, and then using a long sheet of 8.5 by 11 for another range. It was just to give a size reference. I get that now for the video. They do break it down in narrative and tactical combat in the book, which helps significantly. Character creation, all the classes feel original. The powers are really cool. The one sheet for the character creation with the cheat sheet is great. I do wish they had form fill. There is no form fill yet. I think that's because they want you to use Nexus, but I hope a fan makes form fill. I want form fill to put on my phone because I don't want to use Nexus. Loadout and Vault. It reminds me of Magic the Gathering, where you swap out your abilities. I hope that feels good in play. You can take a long downtime to like change your abilities out and swap things in and out. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but maybe it's good when you're doing it. And then important pages, flow of game. These are the page numbers, screenshot if you want. I recommend looking at these. I would print a lot of these if I was a GM. My final thoughts is print page 108 and 107 for player and GM. Armor in theory is dope, that it takes damage, but it reduces damage, and that determines the 1, 2, or 3 hit points you take. I like that. They have a really good section for one-shots. Check it out. It's like a Mad Lib. I'm not big on the D20 rolls for the GM. Maybe that's just me. I think they did it for early adoption, bringing people in from 5e. GM section is godlike. It's really good, if not great. It might be actually great. I feel like they really broke down some things that are awesome. They teach you how to construct arcs, which is something I do. The whole idea of a full story arc, 3 or 4 episode arcs, and then every adventure. They did a really good job with that. They have adversary types, like we saw in 4th edition, one of the best things in the monster manual. They kept that. I do wish that the page on 209 was hyperlinked. And let me actually showcase this as a GM and why I'm saying it. Look, if I'm going to have access to this should be hyperlinked. So I can easily find all my monsters and click through them. It's not even done by tiers. Like, even if I switch, like, it just doesn't, not clickable. It just doesn't work. I wish this was hyperlinked. I do think this is a god section that should be hyperlinked for your GMs to have an easier time running the game. They do something else that's pretty cool. I want to go to the campaign frames to kind of wrap this up before I do final thoughts here. Check this out. 253, you have campaign frames. Not only do they talk about what the campaign frames are, they tell you how to break them, pitch them, and all that kind of stuff, but then they give you some. They have the Wither Wild, which is pretty cool. If we scroll through here, you see there's a bunch of like breakdowns on how to run it, what's in them, right? But let me go down here. What's this one? 5 banners, burning campaign. The Beast Feast, which is like cooking. I love this. Got a real like, what is Monster Hunter vibe? Monster Hunter vibe, Delicious in Dungeon, which you guys know I'm fans with. But then we're gonna get into, they have the Umbra, which is great. Age of Umbra is on 280. Now this is like a sci-fi kind of setting for it, no, dark setting for it. And then they have Motherboard, which is a sci-fi setting, sort of, kind of. Check this out. They even made their own language for Motherboard, which is really fun as well. And then they have the Colossals setting, which Colossus of the Drylands is my jam. A little Horizon Zero Dawn. What was the Rise of the Colossus, the old video game? That kind of feel. But they teach you how to handle the mapping. And this is smart, where you're using note cards to lay out the creature. So people know where they are. They just put their token where they're at. And they're good to go. Love this. I think this is great. Final thing that I would say about this, looking through the book, the other thing that I really enjoy, I'm going to scroll through a bunch of stuff, because I don't want to go through the whole thing. I want you to experience this on your own. I believe these are Devon Rue maps. They look like her black and white work, like her work. They give you maps, and they give you maps to fill out for yourself. So I'm going to actually switch this to a 2-page view at this point, as I feel like you need to see the spreads for these. So you get a full map to fill these out, but then they give you one for the Wither Wild, the 5 banners. These are all the frames. They give you one for Beast Feast, Age of Umbra, Motherboard, and the Colossal of the Drylands. Obviously, the indexes are all hyperlinked, and then they're giving you all these fat sheets at the end as well to use. It's solid. This is... Look, there's enough here that I feel a home setting can be easily put into, or you could use one of the ones they have. They teach you how to run a one-shot using Mad Libs. They teach you how to do adventure arcs, which, you know, I'm a big fan of story arcs. I think overall this is a really, really good game. Look, the presentation is godlike. If you get the physical copy, it comes with all the printed cards and everything else. It is a beautiful, beautiful piece that should be added to any shelf. I think if you are getting tired of 5e, or you're not happy with the company, or you want to change a pace, or you want something really high heroic, or you're fans of Critical Role, pick it up. If you're a designer, look through it. If you're a new GM, this is a pretty good GM section book. It teaches you how to run kind of anything, even if you're not using the rules. But I do feel that replacing the idea of 2 of these with a D20 for the GM feels weird. I don't know if it's just to do an early adoption, but I don't want to roll this. I want to roll this as a GM. I want to roll 2d12. I don't know why they did it. I don't like it. I would probably try to find a way to easily swap it. Maybe everything in the game gets a +1 if I get to roll these instead, even if it doesn't generate fear or generate hope. Maybe it's just those are my dice as well. Or maybe when I roll crits and stuff like that, in adventures that come out, they give me bonuses. Like maybe if I roll a critical, it activates something in that region. We just played a game from Idle Hands where spirits show up when we roll certain things. And maybe in the ley lines, maybe when I roll 2 11s as a GM, the ley lines would explode in that game session. Or maybe if I roll more fear, I get to activate a fear power for free, or I get a fear point generated to use, but it has to be used that round. When rolls are called for, maybe I don't lose that fear. I just don't think making it a D20 with advantage and disadvantage and teaching a GM to do both 2 different systems was smart. Simplifying it on the GM's end is great. Overall, though, Daggerheart is a gorgeous set piece. I am going to run this at some point, and I may do a character creation session or dive into maybe a solo play to see how I like it playing both sides of the screen. Or maybe I'll do a 2-person game as a one-shot between stuff. But right now, let me know what you think down below. Are you going to pick up Daggerheart? Is this something you've been excited about? It's went through public playtesting. They've put the work in. It's definitely, I think, worth your time to look at. And I give this a really good review. Just the D20. It's the only thing I question as a GM. I think as a player, I would love this. It's all the options, all the crunch, barely any work to do it, and really fun, and it's cinematic. That's it for me on Erik Frankhouse Presents in this review of Daggerheart. I'll probably dive into this further as we go on. Maybe I'll do a character creation. If you'd like to see more, post down below. Are you picking this up? Do you want to see me cover more of this? Is this something that's going to replace your home game for a while? I know Shadow Dark is still my baby in designing for, but this might be something I pick up and play. I do have Magic and Monsters that needs a setting. That's it for me. Stay rocking, everybody. So that's our recorded review. I'll do some trimming up in there. Pretty good, short. I hope you guys like this. 4-hour stream today, real long. What's up, AW? Sorry, I was doing a quick recording. I think this is a pretty good book, man. I do. I think this is solid. I just don't know. If I want to play their settings. I'd probably make my own setting. But I like making settings. And there may be like a setting description thing in here. This is also one where I feel like I need I need it in my hand. I also think Tolus would be really fun to run in this. Like if I was going to run a pre-written one. You know what I mean? I think it would be cool. Well, everybody, I'm starving. This is a longer stream than normal. I still have to prep for tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow with Breachers. We're going to be doing a more co-op dark. The cards will go live. I think 2 new cards get added tomorrow, as we are going to be bringing a new character class to the table. Maybe a new ancestry as well. I haven't decided on that. I might just be a humo for this one, a human. And I'll be doing our solo dark co-op doc tomorrow at 3:30 as we dive back into the wall with a new set piece. I'm going to be teaching a little bit more about how I design the idea of running a sojourn into the wall and how you make the rolls and what to do. We're making a little bit of a cheat sheet for that, as I am right now designing the anvil run. And I want people to understand what that is. I think we're going to be going back into the wall, but not doing the anvil run. I think we're going to be probably playing Dirty Deeds is our next one. So we're going to be going and doing. So we'll have a little bit of carousing, maybe some leveling, and we're going to meet our new class, the Berserker. So have a great night, everybody. I hope you had fun today, and share this with your friends. We've slowly been increasing our subscriptions, our followers, And I'm looking to hit 500 here this summer if I can get it done, so we can monetize with commercials for videos that go out. We'll never be on the live streams, obviously, but they'll go out for the videos I put out afterwards. That's it for me. Have a great day, everybody. Go play some fucking games. It will be done dirt cheap. Bye.